It's like it was meant to be.
It's almost like it was ordained by God.
We love that guy.
We do.
Man.
But anyways, welcome to the Wayward Inquisition presents Treachery, a Governor's Secret, session 20.
0.
Yes.
Nice.
20.
And yeah, what an episode last time was.
Oh, that was
That
a
was-
lot.
It had everything.
It had bringing people back. It had poor little Brocky scared.
Mm-hmm.
It had
That was
threats.
wild.
It had death.
It
did.
had death.
Yeah, boss fights. Go back and watch it just for the boss fight.
Well, it should have already been out, but it's taken a minute because our original editing software got yeeted for a while, and then we were trying to find another editing software, and we do everything in-house by ourselves. And when I say that, I do all of the editing by myself. And so then I had to try to find a new editing software, and then that editing software sucked, so that took forever. Then I found our old editing software, so now it's exporting beautifully at home if my cat would stop smothering my laptop. So
Kitty cats. Don't have kitty cats.
oh, and
in
he's
your,
a fat
editing
boy
place.
too, so he takes
He
the
is a
whole
chunker.
he takes the whole keyboard up.
He's
And it's a 16-inch laptop, so
Yeah,
he's
Chunky
big.
boys.
he's a big boy.
He's a junker.
Maybe he needs a diet.
Well,
Some
see, that's the thing
exercise.
is he looks fat, but he's really not fat. Like he's not rotund.
yeah,
he's
he's
just
just
a
big.
big cat.
Yeah.
Because
He's
he's
just a big
really,
cat.
he really honestly, because I've actually seen fat cats and they're usually circles. And he's not. I mean, he's just a big cat. It's a big cat.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty cats.
Anyway, so yeah, it was a good session last time.
It was.
Is
I
everybody
don't,
sounding good, Jonas?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can follow that up, honestly.
Yeah, we all sound very
Even?
equilibrium.
Cool.
Yeah.
I do, however, have because we're going to 30 sessions,
Mhm.
so we have only 10 more, and I have that all mapped out finally. Now, what is detailed in each one is just gonna differ based on the week when I actually plan it, but the whole gist of it's actually
Yeah.
finally planned out, and I'm pretty excited.
Nice.
So, but right now we're focusing on session 20.
20. Roll that
So,
recap on that mono screen.
You know, I just really wish sometimes I didn't have to be the one to do the recap because I forget sometimes. And not that I forget, I go too long when I do my recaps. Anyway, oh, also, pre-warning, I'm not sick anymore, but I still sound sick, so I apologize if my voice is more scratchy than usual.
Just play extra male characters today.
That, you know, in the shower this morning, I know I'm on my monologue screen because this is important. I was in the shower this morning and I was like, dang, it's sad that we're not going to see Arminius today because I can do his voice so well today because he's got a deep voice and I can't do
does.
it.
Yeah, Arminius doesn't want to see us.
Arminius has a very deep voice.
Yeah, but
Deep
Arminius
voice, but
doesn't
yeah,
want to
he-
see us.
He does
No,
not
he
wanna
does
see
not want to
us.
see you, Tyrall.
He doesn't wanna see me.
So it's very sad that we're not going to see him today because I can get deeper now, and his voice deserves that. Anyway, so where did we start off last time? We were in the capital, right?
Mhm.
And Aymer and Flint and Brok all went to the White Council of the All-Mother
Mhm.
to have the meeting that Tyrall set up and then died.
Yep. As in normal fashion.
And spoiler, he obviously came back because I know that you saw his Saint Tyrall little logo at the bottom. But so they went to the White Council of the All-Mother to go to that meeting that Tyrall set up. While they were there, they got ready. Brok stayed in the room because they knew that nobles and stuff were going to be there, and they didn't want them to find Brok and then take Brok away. So Flint, in his disguise, and Aymer, in his noble air, went to the meeting. And Aymer tried to explain some things in the meeting. The meeting started to get a little funky. There were a lot of people who did not believe Aymer because of his reputation as a drug lord and runaway noblemen, because they are unaware of his actual backstory and what the reality is. His father was there, along with some of the other nobles. And then, while in the midst of the uproar, while Aymer was trying to explain things, a glorious flashing bright light quieted everybody. And in the midst of that bright light was the one and only Saint Tyrall.
Back from the dead and better than ever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Taller and grander than he was before. And you look just enough like Tyrall that if you know it's Tyrall, you're like, oh yeah. But you look so very different that when you first appeared and you were so much taller that Aymer was like, what is happening?
Who are you? Who are you?
Yeah.
And then he opened his mouth and he was
yeah,
like,
and then he started talking and Aymer was like, you fool.
Yep, that's him.
yeah. So then Tyrall tried to explain everything that he has learned since being gone up into the heavens with the Maker. And while you were explaining things, you were able to see past the High Elder of the Circle of Odin, the High Priest, and see that it was...
See him as the tiefling boy he is.
To see him as the... what you know him to be as the usurper of gods, basically. Has he given you his name? I feel like he hasn't.
No, he has not.
Okay. I have to remember that because, man, 20 sessions in and you kind of forget some minor details. But you try to explain things to everybody. A lot of people aren't believing you. You do reveal a couple of things that are just wild. I knew you would, but it still blew my mind that you were just like, hey, you talked to your god lately? Oh, really? That's funny because they're dead.
And by the way, their god killed her.
Yeah. And so you, as in Tyrall fashion, upset everyone's sensibilities and delicacies. So the White Council of the All-Mother told you, chill out. We understand that you're saying this, but if you're saying this, that means that we have a deeper issue, and we cannot figure that out overnight. So be gone with you before you cause any other issues.
And then I caused more issues.
And then you caused more issues.
Yep.
Because as we were leaving, you were outside. We went and got Brok. Brok saw you, did not know it was you, Tyrall, and had a panic attack.
Yep.
Because of your glory.
Yep.
And booked it away.
Vampires don't like the glory of the heavens.
Nope.
So once he was recovered, isn't that when you, I don't know. Oh, no. We decided that we were going to go see Arminius. You did go downstairs and grab a little piece of the brick from where...
the Maker's temple was.
Yeah, from where... Wow.
What's the name of my dragon, huh?
That's a good question.
What's the name of my
Adonis.
dragon? Yeah,
Adonis. I keep wanting to say Amadeus, and I know that's not it.
No, if I was
Adonis.
a bard.
Yeah. Adonis, where he was martyred a long, long time ago. And then we went outside. You tried to explain that, Brok, it's me, Tyrall. And then we went to Arminius's, where you then caused more problems.
Yep.
Again, in Tyrall fashion.
Yep.
And you upset everyone there, not just Arminius, who was very upset, but you plane shifted everyone to heaven and came back. You all met 3 different of Tyrall's mentors. Arminius looked like he was too invested in what was going on. Not very impressed, but invested. Brok and Aymer were brought to tears. And then when we came back down, Nico was so upset. He was so upset. Because he's literally lobotomized for doing that sort of stuff.
Yes.
And you did it right in his front yard. You did it right in his bedroom. So he was very upset. Aymer went out there to console him. Brok went. And Flint also left, and you had a private discussion with Arminius,
Which upset him.
which did not. It honestly probably went a little bit better than it should have, but it did not go well.
Nope.
That's the first amount of emotion you've ever seen from Arminius.
Yep. Leave it to Tyrall.
Leave it to Tyrall. He didn't even get that upset when you destroyed his train, and then it's my favorite thing ever. When I think of audacity, I think of this. You blew up his train, and then you proceeded, not even a day later, you proceeded to be like, you ever thought about maybe implementing some more ideas? I've got some ideas. Let me show you.
No, since I destroyed it, let me just tell you how to make it better.
Have you thought about building them stronger, sturdier, more resistant?
Yeah. I mean, anyway.
That was a beautiful moment.
Yeah. So, he told you to leave and to I think he said literally to never come back. And Brok tried to console him, and he said, leave before I hurt you. Because he didn't want to hurt him. Which is really sweet.
We come back and Nico's dead.
Yeah. But we did leave. And I think we went with Flint to one of his hideouts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And stayed the night. And while we were there, Flint, of course, went out and was doing his job, and Aymer followed him without him knowing. And then they came upon...
really pisses Flint off.
And then they came upon some gang activity run by the one and only Tenzin. So Flint left Aymer by himself reluctantly, while Aymer said that he could stall Tenzin. And brought back actually he went down the chimney. I think Tyrall was still awake, and when Flint explained what was going on, Tyrall, being Tyrall, grabbed both Flint and Brok, who was still half asleep, or actually fully asleep, and flew through the floor and then the ceiling up into the sky.
Yep.
That's not a sight you want to wake up to.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then crashed through the ceiling of
And
the
then
other
crashed
place.
through the ceiling to Tenzin, who had murdered a family.
Yep.
Of, I think 5, because it was like 3 little kids or something like that.
Yep. Husband,
Wife and a
3
husband.
kids.
And we proceeded to have a grand fight with him. Thus, in the end, killing him.
Sent him straight to hell.
Yeah, literally.
Literally.
And then we were all like, whoa, that's crazy. Flint, you gotta go take his place, like, right now. There's a vacuum now, and you gotta go.
It's almost like
get outta
Courtney
here.
was sick and tired of listening to him.
Courtney's had to do a lot of readjusting in the story because of people leaving and stuff, so that's just what happened. Luckily, we had a character like Flint who could take over, because if it wasn't him, it would literally have to be Aymer, or somebody else would take it, and I'm sure you all wouldn't want that.
Nope.
So...
Because if Aymer left to take over it, then Brok would be like, well, I guess I'm a gang member now. Word.
Right, and that is not something Tyrall Backen would... Well, Saint Tyrall, he doesn't even have a last name anymore.
Yeah.
But that is not something that he would follow through with, so the gang would be split up.
And then one of them would purge you.
Yeah, which is literally what I was afraid was going to happen. I literally had to plan around that. Because I was worried that was going to happen. But now we are here, and this is where we are at. We are still in the home. Nope, that's the wrong screen. That's the wrong screen. That's also the wrong screen. I went through every single one of them.
Good job, Courtney.
You good?
Yeah, that's just...
It's almost like you don't have a screen back there that shows you what each one is.
There's so many buttons on here. And I pressed every single one of them, but the one I needed. Oh my god, that's funny.
Very nice.
Anyway. Oh god. Anyway.
So here we are.
Yes, we are.
Tenzin is dead.
We are in the house, little shack area.
Flint has
that-
disappeared into the shadows.
Yeah, that Tenzin killed that family in. Their bodies, I'm sure, are still there, unless Tyrall, you're doing something specific about that right now.
Now Tyrell's just, commune with their souls, be like, hey, you want to come back or are you good? And they were like, no, we good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that nobody would choose to come back if they've been
Brutally murdered.
well,
then
that and also
sent off to the
ascended to
heavens.
heaven. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
not sure anybody would want to come back from that.
Yeah. But the one thing that I said Tyrell would do is he would summon a angelic being, which is a Hollyphant, which is what I have been working on painting
I
back
love
there.
Hollyphants. They're
Nice.
so cute.
Yep. Which will carry the message to Tanya saying, hey, yo, Flint's taking over. Please help him. Don't kill him.
Yes. Let me write that down so I don't
Yes.
forget. Yes.
Yes.
'Cause,
Because we were like, oh, we need to tell Tanya. And I was
gonna
like,
write a
I
letter,
got you.
But then
I'll just send this glorified winged fat elephant.
They're so cute. She's gonna get that. She's gonna be like, huh?
Well, that's what I've been working on painting back there. Is I've got a supersized one back there.
what did I drink today?
Literally.
Be like, whoa.
Was that food rotten? Am I dying?
It's gonna go into the Aster Holly, and everybody's gonna be like, "What is this?
Yeah.
Why is this here?"
Yeah, we probably gotta think about that. Anyway. Yeah,
Let's
you'll probably
see.
have to tell it. You're probably gonna have to be a little bit more discreet with that. Tell it to wait until she's by herself, because if somebody sees a holy Hollyphant, whatever, coming to speak to a servant, that's gonna raise some
That's gonna
questions.
raise- Yep.
It will wait for her outside in that dark alley.
That's perfect. Good.
Mm,
Even better, I
Yes.
guess.
Yep.
that's not creepy.
Yeah, that's
or
why I said I guess.
stalkerish.
I
No,
see
it's
you
called
just
a road
I
to
see you just
Damascus.
got off of shift. I have something to tell you.
Be not afraid.
Oh, no, that's actually that's about right. And then it's that meme of the alien or the angel being like, "Be not afraid," and the other guy being like, "Dude, this is the scariest moment of my life right now." Anyway,
Yep. So yes, Brok is kind of celebrating with Aymer.
oh yeah, Aymer
Um,
is ecstatic.
What would Brok will go. He'll go into the bedrooms, and he'll pull off sheets, and he'll go over to the bodies, and
Oh yeah,
he'll cover them.
yeah, because there are still bodies on the floor, and it's
And a bunch of dead bodies that we killed.
that too.
Yes.
Those don't get covered though.
No,
Nope.
those don't get covered. He doesn't care about them at all.
I mean,
Brock's actually stabbing a straw in those boys and slurping them. Yeah.
and Tyrell would just be like, "You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
Take it while you can. At least
Mhm.
they're bad. At least they're bad people."
Um.
And,
So we need to figure out our next steps. You told us to go to Trinea. So
yes, there's a antidote supposedly. I don't know if I trust him still about that, but he seemed pretty honest.
Well, at the end of your life, and you're dangling above hell, I suppose, you would probably be a little bit more concerned for the truth.
he would probably thought that he wasn't going to end up there if he said something. But judgment is judgment.
And judgment it was.
So we need to figure out exactly what or who we should be looking for whenever we arrive in that city.
Well, he said a noble, so I suppose we go and I guess it does work that I used to work for Tenzin. So whatever contact he was supposed to have, I might be able to,
Disguise yourself.
and say I'm there on behalf of Tenzin, you know?
So, say we take a moment to gather our stuff, and
Always on the move.
should we warn the Viscount or at least update him about what's been going on while we're here?
I mean, I'm sure that he's going to get a full account of your glorious re-entry from the White Council. And I'm sure they'll probably inform him, but I mean, if you'd like to go visit him yourself, I'm sure he'd love to speak with you.
He might like to know that there is a antidote.
Or the supposed idea of one, anyway.
Yes.
You see, he sounds sincere. You make it sound like
No.
I shouldn't talk to anybody.
No, you shouldn't. Because the last time we spoke with him, he was very upset with you and your dumb note.
But that's over now. It's taken care of.
Is it? And yeah, like Brok size kind of squint and he kind of stares at you because he knows Tyrall, and
Brok may be a little slow, but he knows Tyrall.
It's never over.
There may be some ruffled feathers, Brok. But I warned them and told them the truth.
You are good at telling the truth.
He's also very good at ruffling feathers. You're more than welcome to go if you think that we should. I just know that on behalf of what happened at the council, the council will inform him of it.
Well, then, let's finish resting for the night and be on our way tomorrow.
Yes, Brok doesn't know if he'll be able to sleep. He is too excited.
It is a nice win and a long list of losses.
I will tell you that I need at least 4 hours because I am fairly spent after all of that.
Yeah, about that. Didn't you have so many questions to answer, and I don't know if I want the answers. Didn't you, I don't know, before kill things that came from what you said was hell?
Yes.
Yeah, and didn't you, during all of that, bring these things from hell to fight for you? Just now? Huh?
There's a helicopter flying above,
well,
and so
was...
the force of it is
confused.
rattling some things here in the studio.
That was a really weird noise.
It sounded like a lawnmower was literally right outside the door.
Yes, those
those things that...
archangels said something about that you trained with archdemons, but that must have been a joke. But then during the fight, like Aymer's saying, you summoned those fiends.
The things that opened a pocket dimension right in the floorboards and then climbed out?
They weren't joking, Brok. I spent half my time in the heavens training and half my time in the hells training. Because when you are dealing with the severity that I have been sent back to deal with, you need to be able to deal with both things. And to be able to deal with both things, you have to understand both things. So therefore, I have aspects and powers from both areas.
Oh, sold. So the demons aren't your bad guys anymore?
Depends on if they go against the preordained will that they were made for.
I think that might be a little over Brok's head.
If there is a demon or a fiend that is stepping out of line, then I deal with it. If they are not stepping out of line, then I leave them be.
Okay.
I love him so much. Hey, in other words, servitude, like what Brok is in. I wouldn't say that to him, though.
No, but that's what they are.
Uh-huh.
I can just make them my servants.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We all know that.
You do what I tell you
Aymer
to
is very
now.
aware of that.
Yep. Yeah, Aymer was literally just told, hey, I have angels and demons that serve me now.
Yeah. And he was like, let's see if Tyrall says those exact words to Brok.
He didn't.
Nope.
He didn't.
He surprised Aymer.
You know, I'm trying to be a little courteous to my Brok boy.
Now, about resting, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, Brok, you can.
Can we walk to an inn?
Yeah,
I don't think...
How did you all get here so quickly and from the sky?
Yes.
Flew us here?
Brok woke up in the air, and there was a big hole in the hideout, and then he made the hole that we've dropped into here. I don't think that Orc Man will be very happy that there's a hole in his roof.
Or his floor.
Or his floor.
But Flint's been paying him. He'll be able to cover the damages.
So tired.
Oh, but we will have to go back, because a lot of our stuff is still there.
No, we won't. Tyrall will go.
You all go find an inn, and I will meet you there with our stuff.
Wonderful. Don't fly anywhere.
I'll walk this time.
Wonderful.
Yes, when you come to the inn, use the door, not the window like Flint liked to do.
And
or,
not through
or
the
roof.
ceiling like
this
you
is
seem
not
to
an
do.
emergency, Brok. I will walk.
Okay.
And is there anything you can do about your... And I think I asked you yesterday, but just to make sure, there's not anything you can do about
No.
how you present yourself to the world. There's not very
I am
many-
a remade holy being. There's nothing I can do. The only way to tone it down is to be using powers from the hells. I don't think you want me walking around constantly chaining power from hell.
Could
No, please.
that possibly be worse than what you're doing? I don't know.
It would be worse.
Let's just go. And he will. It is very late though, because what time did I say? It was like, well,
2
because
in the
Flint.
morning.
Yeah,
It
it was really late because Flint was doing his patrols at like midnight or
Mhm.
something.
Mhm.
So yeah, it'd probably be about 2:30 in the morning. But yeah,
Yeah.
Brok and Aymer will try to find an inn,
And Tyrall will go back to the blacksmith shop with the holes in it.
which we had an epilogue at the very end where he did definitely wake up and scream at Flint, who is nowhere to be seen.
Nope.
Nope. But now there's this glowing angel man that just
I
pops
imagine
through
that
the
you don't
front door.
necessarily glow, but it is definitely
There's
a shimmer?
Yeah, there's a light to him.
But there's a light to
But it's
to
not
certain
like,
people.
"Ah!"
Right. Right. It's more in just his visage. He's
Yes.
very unsettling and nobody can put their finger on as to why. And it's not like he brightens dark places. He just
is bright.
yeah, there's just something innately holy about him.
I will never be in a shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's like there's a light on me, but not coming off of me.
yeah, but it's not like overly bright as well. It's not like you glow in the dark. It's just it's hard to explain. And that's how everybody else is they're like there's just something about him and it's unsettling to everybody. You draw the eye.
Yeah. Because I'm better than them.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, so I imagine there's a lock on this guy's door, you know? Because, you know, it's the middle of the night in his shop.
well, would Flint have put a lock back on it when he
Oh,
came back
yeah.
in?
It's a safe
then
house.
Then yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
He would have ushered everybody in.
Because that guy
and-
was definitely asleep.
Yeah, put the lock back on. Huh. Tyrall will.
Oh.
and open it.
Yeah, and the guy is definitely awake, so when you do that, he just, like, because he's at the counter. Is he at the... He's actually probably at the hole in the floor, just, like, squatted over it, so when you just open the door, he grabs, and, because I think I said he was an orc, or half-orc, or something like that, just, like, rips the, like, pieces of floorboard off that's, like, jagged on the end, and just, like, you almost tries to use it as a javelin to throw at you. He doesn't throw it exactly. But he's still in like a crouched position. What are you doing here? Who are you?
I came here last night with Flint.
And his eyes narrow when you say that. And he's a pretty big half-orc. He's a pretty beefy half-orc.
And I've come back about the damages and the stuff we left in the basement.
And he just lowers the javelin piece of wood. Are you the one that caused the hole in my floor?
Yes, which is why I've come back.
He's just staring at you. And what are you going to do about it?
I am, and he will reach into a pocket that's not a pocket in his little robes. And he will pull out a nice...
The stark contrast between this really roughed up half-orc man and this glorious, beautiful angel man right now.
Then he'll pull out a nice gold bar that looks suspiciously like it's been, like, I don't know, cut out of something, like a road.
Did you steal a bar of gold from the walkway of heaven?
Yeah, they were given to me.
Brok is proud of you.
Okay.
And he'll hand it to him.
Am I supposed to believe that this is a whole bar of gold that you're giving me?
Is that not enough for the damages?
This isn't an actual whole bar of gold.
Yes, it is.
There's no way. And he walks over, like, to like behind his counter where there's debris everywhere. There's debris from everything everywhere. And he just kind of like shoves some of the debris off, gets from underneath the counter the scale and puts it on there, weighs it, and it just like breaks the scale. And he's like, it's very heavy. It's a very heavy rock, right? And then he gets this other thing out that contests the validity of gold, so he doesn't get scammed. And when it's like a little needle thing that he can like touch to it just to test the validity or whatever. And when he touches it to it, the thing explodes. And he's like, "What did you give me? What is this?"
It's 100% pure gold. There's no imperfections in that.
He just like steps back. I don't know what dream I'm in, or drunken stupor, but a glowing man at 3 o'clock in the morning in my store, handing me a piece of brick gold that broke my instruments. Get whatever you need, and just leave. And if you see Flint, tell him he's paying for the damages. And whatever this is, I'm keeping it.
That's why I gave it to you.
Wonderful. Just get
And
out.
Tyrall will go down. He'll
like,
gather up everybody's stuff. He'll come back up through the hole.
Okay.
With his... Now he gets to see his ginormous wings. They just come out of nowhere and bring him back up through the hole.
I must have drank something so hot last night. I can't. Tyrell always makes me laugh with the absolutely ridiculous things he does.
And he'll go to the door and go, "Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot." And he'll reach into another, like, it's like there's no pockets in his toga, but he just like puts his hand into folds.
Is
and
it
just
a
like
robe
something
or
will
is it
come
what
out.
what is this? Is this like a Jesus robe? You know what I mean? Like the things that you see Jesus wearing in like depictions of Jesus, or is this like a Greek toga like robe? What are you half man boob out? Like what is happening here? What do you look like? Are you modest and covered up like Jesus is in all of the depictions of Jesus? Or are you out here looking like Odysseus? Like out here looking like Hercules? I need to know. There's a big difference here.
Hercules was more clad for war whenever he was in leisure, because he had freedom of movement.
I'm just asking you.
So this is toga.
So are you out here looking like Odysseus, like
Yes.
with like the just the one
Yep.
that changes my whole perspective. Wait just a minute. You have got to be more descriptive. Your whole
I've been saying toga this whole time.
I thought you were saying the wrong thing. So you're telling me that you're oh my god. You have a whole peck that actually I guess both of them really cuz well is it like draped on the side then?
It would
Like,
be draped on one side.
so is it a longer draping on one side and
Yeah.
then the whole other so you just are chilling out here with like this whole side just
Yep.
naked. That's wild.
Perfect chiseled perfection.
If I had known that, the reactions would have been so starkly contrasted.
You'll have to write those in.
I will, because that's very different than just seeing a holy man in a robe. I thought you were wearing like full long sleeve, like down to your ankles robe.
like what a priest or cleric would have.
Yeah, but
you
white,
know.
like fully
But
white.
yeah.
Like
now, whenever he would go into a holy place or he'd need to preach or something, yeah, that would materialize.
like
But if he's just leisurely waiting, something might happen, then I need freedom of movement.
is it down to the floor or is it short?
That's like below the knees.
This is wild. This is not what I was thinking. My whole image has changed.
Those chiseled calves are out.
Oh my God.
Bare feet.
This is
Yeah,
wild.
bare feet makes sense. I was kind of picturing
This
that.
is wild. Aymer would have freaked out had I known. I have to retcon some of that later. That changes my entire. Arminius would have treated you differently. You look like a fool to him. I had no idea. I'm sorry. I legitimately thought you were wearing like.
See, I said toga, and you were like, "Oh, he means robes."
Yeah, I legitimately.
When I actually meant,
because when we talked
toga.
one-on-one, you said like holy robes and stuff like that.
That would be whenever he's preaching, or
Yeah,
like
but
whenever he went
I
into the
didn't-
council,
I
it would be
didn't-
robes.
I
But
didn't.
outside of the council, it would be
I didn't
leisure.
think about that. Okay. Oh.
But anyways,
Yeah, I'm
He
trying
would
to recalibrate.
go
Sorry.
to open up the door, and he'd be like, "Oh, hang on, I have one more thing for you. It's a little bit more valuable than that gold." He'll reach back into his toga, and he will pull out and book, and he will give it to him.
book.
And book.
Just so I have more descriptions, is there anything else on you? Do you have a belt? Do you have like pouches? Do you have like the Greek greenery, the laurels of victory? Like, do you have anything else?
He would have a simple belt.
Simple belt. You have nothing on your head, nothing else.
Nope, just his
You're just a straight up
flowing
Greek
hair
god walking around here.
with his hammer on his back.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. This guy thinks he is hammered. Because, yeah, I thought you were out here looking like Obi-Wan, but with, like, long robes to the floor. Like, fully dressed. Okay. Yeah, this guy thinks he's hammered. This guy thinks he's gone. That is so much more difficult to try to explain. Because you look very out of ordinary.
Yeah.
So yeah, he will hand him a book.
Okay.
And if he were to look at the book, it is white with some gold filigree. And it just says Maker's Promise. And it is a sampling of holy text of the Maker.
It's just the New Testament of the Bible.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Nice.
And at the bottom it says the St. Tyrall edition.
SDE.
Yeah, the STE. That is the first book he's given out. So this orc man thinks he's hammered.
Yeah, and he doesn't take it from you. I'm sure that you hand it out to him, and he just looks at you. He just looks at you, and so you just kind of like set it on the counter, and push it a little bit.
Good night, sir. Then I'll leave.
This man, he like watches you leave, and I'm sure you. I mean, did you break the door when you? I mean, you basically have to break the door.
I broke the locks.
Yeah, but
yeah. So like, if the locks were like going into the frame, I ripped the frame out.
I cannot.
Tyrall's back, baby.
Oh my god. So I'm sure when you go to shut the door, it doesn't stay shut. So like you shut it and it goes, it just kind of ajars, just sits ajar, and he just stares at you through the crack in the door. And he's like, I don't know what I drank, but I'm never drinking again.
Hey, save one soul.
And he just like plops down onto his cot. Just flabbergasted. Yeah, he has no idea because it's still dark outside.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like when it's dark outside and there's nobody else witnessing the same thing you're witnessing, you think, I'm hallucinating.
I finally lost it.
Yeah.
He's going to come to, and there's going to be this brick of gold and a book, and there's still a hole in the ceiling and the floor.
And the door still broken and ajar. Yeah.
He's going to be like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Anyway, on the other side of town, back at the Hall of Justice, me and you,
yes,
Aymer and Brok, Aymer leaves the little ramshackle home that we were in, and is walking down the main street trying to find a place, and it is dead. Like, it is very quiet. I mean, there's maybe a guard or two, but this place is usually pretty safe, especially at night. So as you're walking around trying to find a place, it looks like, if you want to roll a d20 for me.
I do. 10. Yeah,
it looks like for the most part, almost everything is closed. There's maybe a lamp or two every block or something that's lit up just in case somebody has an emergency. But other than that, a lot of lanterns and illuminations are put out for the night. Storefronts, homes, that sort of stuff. So you don't see much of anything in the way of an inn. We're in the capital. Yeah, there's not much. And you all probably searched for about, I mean, that whole incident with Tyrall probably took, to get there, do the nonsense, probably about 45 minutes.
Do the nonsense.
And then we're probably searching for about 30 minutes or so, walking down the street trying to find something. And Aymer's like, it is 3 a.m. I don't know if we'll be able to find anything.
It was worth a try.
And like he goes up to one of the inns and he looks in the nice doorway. There's a window set in it. And he's like looking in, and there's like not a clerk really that's downstairs. There might be like an illumination here and there. That way people can come downstairs and maybe get a drink or whatever if they need to, something from the clerk station or whatever. But the doors are locked. And he just turns around. I don't know how well we'll be able to find a place. We might either have to stay back in that hideout, in that home with dead bodies, or, well, Arminius is off the list.
No, we cannot go back there. Not yet.
No.
He was very mad.
Seemed like it. Or we'll have to go to the Viscount. I suppose we could go to the White Council, but I prefer not to go back there.
Agreed. I think the hideout will be fine.
Right, I suppose we could
But-
probably meet Tyrall halfway. If he's not already flying above us.
And yes, maybe he smoothed things over with the orc, or he probably made it worse.
I'm going to vote that one. So if that doesn't work out, the only other possible place we could sleep, unless we leave town, I suppose we could stay in the under the station, the overhang of the station, and just have a really rough sleep. Or we could stay with the Viscount. We'd have to go there and knock on the door and possibly wake up a butler or two, but I suppose we could do it. Ugh. But it'd be better than sleeping out in the open.
I feel like we've also bothered the Viscount a bit too much.
Uh-huh.
So we'll go with the hideout since we can't find any place.
Alright. Alright. Hopefully the orc doesn't kill us.
And as we walk back to the hideout, Brok will put his hand on Aymer's kind of back and kind of rub his back as we're walking, and then Brok you'll notice he'll get really kind of quiet and introspective.
It's big work for Brett.
That's why Jonas said it.
Brok, you're kind of quiet.
It's what Tenzin said.
About,
I don't believe him.
about what?
I think Magnus is okay.
Right. Well, he said that sort of stuff all the time. So, you just kind of look past it after a while, because it's just words. He's just trying to hurt you.
Yes, Brok doesn't know much, but that felt like he was just trying to Tyrall you and ruffle your feathers.
Yeah, he was just trying to get, like Tyrall does with many people, and myself included, get a rise out of me. So.
But I just wanted to make sure that you were okay, because I know you would like to find Magnus, and I would too. I do want to meet him.
Oh, well.
To find somebody that's shorter than you would be amazing.
Brok, there's a whole race of people that's shorter than me.
Well, yes, that's just how they are. But you know, your brothers and siblings are similar somewhat.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely shorter than me. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure he's gallivanting around, whoring himself out. We'll find him at some point, I'm sure. And if not, I'm sure he'll be fine. But to also do that, we have to help that prince out, and that's so far down on the list, but if it comes to it, then that would be great. I've not seen him in a few years, though, so what's another year, right? I'm sure he's fine.
Yes, we have bigger things to focus on first, and then we can find him.
Yeah. But
have you been to Trinia?
It's been a long time. I have been there. I've been a lot of places, not just because I was selling drugs, I assure you. But my father did a lot of schmoozing, elbow rubbing, noble parties and galas and all that. So I've been there, but it's been a long time. So.
And yeah, when Brok definitely looks at his elbow rubbing.
It's when you're trying to impress other or be the one who is others are impressed by, with higher ups, nobility and all that. You know, when Governor Whalen had his parties and there were other nobles there.
Yes, so he was trying to show off.
Yes. Right. Or other nobles went to show off, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Like that. It's been a long time since I've been to one of those, though. So, I'm sure it's been even longer since I've been to Trinia, so. And I'm scared to go with Tyrall, but it is what it is. My shoe has come off, sorry.
Well, on the upside, Tyrall has feathers now, and we can ruffle his.
Oh, well. You know, I don't think it's a physical. I would love to see you try it, actually. You should do that.
Okay.
All right. Wonderful. So, Tyrall, what are you doing as you leave this place that you've...
He's walking around, taking directions from Adonis to see if he can feel the other Vimus weapons to
oh, yeah. That's a good...
to find you all.
That's a pretty good one, yeah.
Nice.
Be like, all right, do you feel them more this way or more that way?
It's like a GPS, a medieval godly GPS. Yeah, you're able to locate us, although we're like a block ahead of you, so you have to kind of
loop around.
Yeah.
Make a U-turn.
Yeah.
Oh, there you all are. I see we haven't found anywhere to rest for the night.
No, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, so a lot of places are...
Oh,
it's probably actually around...
Probably closer to 4.
4, yeah.
Yes,
Well, they're opening up in an hour.
Honestly, probably.
They're all closed.
At this rate, it might be easier just to stay at the hideout. Unless...
That guy thinks he's tripping real hard.
And then Aymer just takes a step back, and his hand is like... and he looks you up and down. Yeah, I would believe that. We haven't had the moment... There's so much that's happening. We've not had the moment to discuss a lot. Why are you dressed like that?
For freedom of movement.
There's a freedom of movement in more conservative clothing and modern clothing, actually, because you're not just showing your boobs. you're also in very outdated clothing. You stick out like a sore thumb.
And it'll go back to the normal robes that he had on in the White Council chamber. Is this better?
Moderately, but
Yes.
much more explainable than the other indecent clothing.
Indecent. That's how we lounge.
We know that you're proud of the body the Maker made you, but,
Not all of us look like a god, thank you. He says as he looks up at your 6'5" body.
but it does make you stand out more than what you already do.
Not all of us are creatures of heaven now, Tyrall.
Look, Are you fine with the robes, or would you prefer something more moderate, contemporary?
I would prefer more contemporary, but we can at least explain away. Oh,
I'll snap again, and it goes back, and it looks like his Priest of Odin uniform, but the colors are inverse.
Oh,
I missed that.
beautiful.
So now instead of all the black and everything, where the black was, it's all white. Where the white would have been on his old one, it's now black with streaks of faint red, and the buttons are gold. And the cuffs are gold.
Much better.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yes, once when we get our new artist friend, maybe we can get a drawing of that. 'Cause
I want
that sounds lovely.
That. I want that.
So there's just like twice as much hair, though, because he doesn't have the shaved sides.
Yep. All his glory.
All
He's
his
glorious,
glory.
bro.
And it's not braided, it's, just flowing in the wind.
I love this man so much. Much better. That way we can explain that you're just a priest of the maker, right?
Yeah,
All
that is
right.
right.
All right. I'm sure it'd be blasphemous to say anything else, right?
Correct.
All right. Fine. That's fine.
Did you at least unlock the hideout from the underside, or will we have to walk through his house again?
Well, considering Flint went through the chimney,
There
I
was
mean,
no underside door, Brok.
Flint
We
went
came
through
in.
the chimney.
yes.
Yeah, we went in from the top and downstairs. And then when Flint came down to get you all, apparently he went down the chimney. And then Tyrall took all of you right down the floor.
Yes.
So the only way to
Why
get there,
does Flint not like doors?
for the same reason why Tyrall probably doesn't like doors.
There's nothing wrong with doors. It's just sometimes they slow you down.
There you go.
Was he
It's almost like he's played by the same character, but played by the same player. With
was
characters.
Flint in a rush?
He's trying to be sneaky. They watch him go in, but they don't see him come out, so they think he's inside.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
So what you're saying is we should not go back there
No,
either because you've upset him as well.
I'm not going to say he's upset. He's just extremely confused and thinks it's all a dream. The upset part's going to come whenever he wakes back up, sees the holes are still there, the door's broken, and he has items that broke his instruments whenever he tried to test it.
What did you give him?
I
Why?
gave him gold. That whenever he tried to weigh it and test its authenticity, broke the scale and broke his tester, because apparently pure gold doesn't actually like being tested.
Is this possibly gold that you, I don't know, got from heaven?
Yes.
So
we're sleeping outside.
That's okay. I don't think Brok will do much of sleeping. He is very jazzed from the night's events.
He's very jazzed.
Oh, hang on.
It's fine. Anyway, I'm sure in about an hour, and he pulls out his pocket watch, looks at it, in about an hour and a half or maybe 2 hours, the train will be running again. And we can just get on there, sleep, and go to Trinia. And then we won't even have to worry about it.
Oh,
I know.
train.
Yeah.
I mean, we could fly.
How long can you fly for, Tyrall, with holding 2 people? To be fair,
I don't know. That's your
Aymer's
decision.
not too heavy.
1.5 people.
Yeah.
That's your decision.
Brok is a 6-foot lizard. Well, flying wise, is this just do you have an actual spell for this, or is this something that we talked about that I've forgotten about?
This was
that's just
something
for
that we
flavor?
talked about that was
But
just
what
for
I
flavor,
remember, yeah,
which is why it hasn't been used in combat or anything.
right. Which is what I remember is you wanted the wings like you had them before with Odin, but they're more physical, less spectral.
Yeah, but they're not 100% physical because they disappear.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what I mean. They appear physical when you have them.
Yeah. So how I imagined it is that I wouldn't use them in combat.
Right.
Because we haven't written anything down for
Correct.
that. It would really only be used in what the Maker's Crusaders stand would have been, which we haven't done yet.
Correct.
Which is why they've only been used for flavor right now. It's because we haven't gotten around to figuring out how Tyrall's angelic wings will actually work in
Which,
game.
man, I love that because I can just say that that's just Tyrall still learning things.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the heavens it would just work. Now he's down here.
Now you are tied down by a mortal coil.
I was really hoping I had a spell that would let me just like create a structure. No, I can give you a feast and hollow the ground.
Hey,
But
a
that's
feast is
it.
important though.
Yeah.
Brok likes a good feast.
But you're not getting it until I get some rest.
Yeah, so that would mean that I would think that you would have to take the train. Once I figure something out about that, I would think that maybe you'd be able to carry up to a certain weight for a certain amount of time. I think that would make sense. But I have not thought about that because I did not know that that was something that you would like to do. So once
I just came up with that. I was like, well, we said that I had these wings, but we've never figured out how I can use them.
Yeah, technically you are an ASMR variant at this point. So you don't necessarily follow the exact rules of an ASMR.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's true. We should probably like come up with this class.
Yeah.
Like actually put down some concrete rules instead of me just being like, and we've talked about this, but it's only gone this far.
Yeah. Yep, that's probably a good idea.
It's almost like we're still in the middle of homebrewing something that I'm playing and figuring it out as we go.
That is how that works, unfortunately.
So we show up at the train station.
Yep.
Pick a bench.
Pretty much, because really it's only about an hour and a half, 2 hours before the train starts to warm up. You can hear the people, the attendants and everything coming in. Making sure everything is running well. There's like engineers there making sure the wheels are
doing their maintenance checks.
Yes, oiled up, that sort of stuff, making sure nothing explodes, and that everything is in tip-top shape. And we are pretty much the first ones in line. We are escorted onto the train. We get a very nice, roomy...
Oh, I don't have my ticket anymore.
Son of a nutcracker, you're right about that.
So we have to pay for you.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Hand him
Is
some
it all right?
coins.
What, you gonna hand him a whole brick of gold?
No.
Yes,
just some coins stamped in something nobody knows where they're from.
My large friend has lost his ticket.
Large friend.
How much for a ticket for him to go to Trinia?
All the way to Trinia.
Yes.
That's going to be, at the very least, all the way to Trinia with a couple of stops, 160 gold.
Tyrall will reach into what now actually looks like a pocket and just pull out a little...
Now it looks
There
like a
you
pocket.
go.
That's true, you would have pockets now. I forgot
Yep.
you changed.
Yep.
You just
And then
pulled
he'll-
out 160 gold?
Yep.
That's wild.
Yep. And just... There you go.
All right.
Little bag.
And she just takes it and she opens it, flips through it a little bit. And she's like looking at you and looking at the...
Yeah, they're not marked with anything that looks
Yeah, what they're used to.
similar. But they are much brighter. Looks like much more pure gold.
Forgive me. And she just kind of like hands it off to somebody who's beside her.
I need to go talk to my manager real quick.
But your coin is unmarked, sir. I mean, we have 150 pieces, but it might not be the equivalent. Where are you from?
It's a hard one to explain.
Is it? And Aymer's just like... He wants to say something, but he's like, I've stepped in so much. I just want to see where this goes at this point.
You see, I'm the head priest of a new startup religion that has been lost to time, but is now making a resurgence. And those coins are from where I was trained to be the priest. So you will find that they are of a higher purity than the gold that you have here. And if you think that it's not adequate enough, I'm happy to supplement a little bit more if needed.
Right. And what is your name, just in case we have any issues?
That would be the Saint Tyrall.
He always does give his name, doesn't he?
He does. You think I'm lying now that I've been in heaven?
Nope. All right. And she does, like, has this, kind of like the same pads that are on the actual train when you order stuff. It's like a see-through glass sort of thing, and she just types in the name, sends it off to somewhere, and then... Go ahead, I suppose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Aymer's just head down, ears back, just goes in. And you can see them as we get on and we get in our little room. You can see that they're talking and looking at the gold and they're like, what is this nonsense?
Stamped with all weird things, a language they can't read.
Yeah.
When we get into our little living room space on the train, Brok will pull out this ticket and... That is a lot of gold. To think of all the trips we've been on the trains. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very expensive, especially to travel this nice all of the time, which is why usually a lot of people are nobles or higher-ups that travel. So... You can say one thing that you might be able to talk to Arminius about is maybe lowering the rates. Though I don't think he decides that. I think that's more the Viscount.
You know, he also has to pay for another train.
Uh-huh.
So that's going to probably increase the price.
Probably.
So...
I wonder who could that have been.
Well, that man died.
Yeah, he sure did, didn't he?
He died, so you don't have to worry about that anymore.
No, we just have to worry about it, but different, right? Still the same thing, but less dark and brooding and more holy glaring light.
Yes.
But also dark and hellish.
Right.
But
well,
Man,
we're very glad that you're back.
well, your
if
holy
Lilith
dark.
could see you now.
Yeah, she probably has.
That's probably
We're
true.
like, why is he in my domain?
That's so true.
I was probably like, sup?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Oh, when you were training down there, did you see Hella? Was she mad at you?
I saw her from a distance. She didn't look too happy. She mostly looked confused.
That's understandable.
That would be very confusing.
And also very confusing that she does not have absolute rule of that place. As where we were, she couldn't necessarily come. For whatever reason.
Well,
She tried a
I
few
mean,
times. It was like she just couldn't get into that area. I think that was more of just protection for my part.
Interesting.
Or else she probably would have tried to rip me to shreds.
Probably. Sure, a lot of people would want to do that. I can name on my hand a couple at least. Speaking of people that you've upset, that you've come back and have upset them again, on our way, we might want to stop and speak to a certain someone you've got to explain things to.
Oh.
Because the last time I remember, you were supposed to have gone back and spoken to her.
Well, I died.
Mm-hmm. And now you're not
Which
dead.
I guess I promised not to.
Right. Mm-hmm. And we've
And
not
then
spoken
I
to her since.
did.
Because that's not our business, right? And I've already had to clean up one of your messes, which thankfully you came back with and helped. But this one's on you, buddy. Just you. So we're stopping, and you're going to explain things to Delilah. Oh, holy and wise man of God.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to go rest and meditate and pray for this meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't care who you worship, she's going to kill you again. And that, I gotta say, I'm pretty excited to watch. She fought off dragons. She's going to murder you. She's going to use the holy light of the Maker to fire you. It is going to be fantastic. Good luck.
Make her protect us. And he'll sulk back
Yep.
into a room.
The light dims just a little bit.
Yep. Well, you figure out what dims the light.
Scary wrath of a woman.
Yep. And he will go back and sit down on his bed and, oh, Adonis, do we have some explaining to do?
You do, yes.
And you'll help?
Sometimes you have to face things on your own. Tyrall.
Right. Well, if you don't mind, pray for me on my behalf. I'm going to meditate and then do my own praying.
Oh
Give
boy.
me my long rest so that way I don't hurt
Yeah,
so
dude.
much. Because
You did get
yeah, we started
quite
this session with me
wounded.
at 22 hit points and
yes.
4 spell slots left.
Yeah, I think
level 1
Aymer was at
spell
27
slots.
hit points. Aymer was looking rough.
Tyrall almost died like 4 times in that
Yeah,
boss
he did.
fight.
Well, when you are a giant 9-foot
Beacon.
beacon,
Yeah.
the bad guys tend to go towards you.
Yep.
Only 7 foot tall.
Well.
But a beacon.
Might as well be 9 foot tall to Aymer.
Ooh. Ah, Jonas forgot to print out the latest art piece.
You have another one?
Yeah, I had made one up last time.
I think I remember. Yeah. You talking about that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really have too much relevance currently. So that's no biggie that I don't have it.
So, Brok, what are you doing?
But yes, on that note of paints, Brok is definitely busting out his paint set. And because even though he's bummed to be on the train again, now that he has physically realized how expensive the train is, he sees the train ride as a whole new experience.
Yep. And this car that we're in is actually a lot nicer because we're the first ones on. So there's a nicer
Ooh.
car to be given away first. And so it's a little bit, I wouldn't say bigger, but it's a little bit longer. And each time you've been in it, the decor in each cabin has been different. And so this one maybe is a little bit more warmer, where before it was a little bit, maybe there was one that was like green, like a sage green. There was one that was maybe a more of a light, like a blush pink sort of. This one's a lot warmer, with like warmer reds and darker blues, and so it's a lot warmer.
Oh, but before he starts painting, he has some people he needs to talk to.
Who do you need to talk to?
So he goes and finds a seat and pulls out the daggers.
I am never ready when you're the one that's going to talk to a god or helpers of a god. Never you. I'm never ready for you.
And he goes.
I expected every single moment from you. Anyway,
and he goes to commune with Emma and Ezra.
Okay.
Hello.
And it takes him a minute, because Courtney's writing.
Yeah, I imagine he appears in the space.
It does generally, honestly, take them like a couple seconds to
apparate
materialize, to apparate before you. But it's always they come from around you, like they've been behind you the whole time. And it's the same thing with you. They always appear from behind you, like they're just kind of there already. And so they both kind of just like slowly walk out as they do. And when they see you, they're like, "Ah, Brok, there you are. Yes, there you are, Brok. What can we do for you?"
Emma, Ezra, guess what? I'm sure you already know, but because you are like you see things that Brok does and whatnot. But we killed him. We killed Tenzin, and it was amazing. And Brok wanted to cry, even though he was happy.
Oh. Yes, we did see that, Brok. We did, yes, and you did such a good job. And now your friend is happy and free. Yes, he's free now, yes.
Yes, Brok loves it when Aymer is happy. But I need to ask you, before we fought Tenzin, I'm sure you're aware of this too, that Tyrall is back, and he's just as straightforward as he was before. And
yes, the Maker, he sent him back. Yes, he did. The big fool, he sent him back.
But yes, when he first appeared, Brok didn't know that it was Tyrall, and Brok got really scared, and I heard the voice. And did you all hear it? I know you were going to try to listen in.
No, we did not hear the voice. We didn't. We heard no voice, no.
Oh.
We know, we
That's
knew
not good.
that you were afraid. Yes, we saw that you were afraid. We tried to help, but we could not get to you. We could not get to you, no.
Okay. Well, thanks for trying, at least. I guess if I hear the voice again, I will just have to do my best to handle it myself.
We are sorry that we cannot help you, Brok, when it comes to that. Yes, we're so sorry. But it seems like you are... how would you say it? And they kind of look at each other. How would you say it? I don't know. Distant from you? Yes, distant, that's it. Distant. We cannot feel you. Yes, feel you the way that we usually can.
Oh. No. That's not good either. Brok is not very bright, but I will try to figure out how to make me not distant.
We will try to commune on your behalf. Yes, we will, to see if we can figure this out. So...
Because you two have been very helpful in your dagger bodies do very well against the bad guys.
Thank you, Brok. Thank you, Brok. We try to do our best. Yes, we do. We do our best for you. I can't. That's wild with dagger bodies. But that is our purpose. We're here to help you. From the Maker. Yes, from the Maker. We are here to help you.
And that is good, because we're going to need more help. Tenzin was definitely bad, but this usurper is going to be much worse. And where we're going, though it's good because there's an antidote to those weird flowers, but Brok would think that if the antidote is there, that Tenzin would not leave it unprotected.
Yes, it sounds scary. Yes, very, very scary. Be careful, Brok. Yes, be careful. We can only help so much, and we want to help as much as we can, but we are. And they look at each other. Limited? Yes, limited. In what we can do to help you, since we are. But. Apparitions, really? Yes, apparitions.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brok. Yes, thank you, Brok. Dagger bodies. Immediately it reminded me of Flint's daggers for hands. he has daggers for hands. He said you have daggers for hands? So funny.
That's just that's the brilliance of Brok.
I do love Brok. But that probably takes you maybe it's about 30-35 minutes to have that full conversation, and Aymer's just scrolling mindlessly on the little pad that's in the kitchenette.
Scrolling.
Yeah, on the kitchenette area.
Get off Facebook, Aymer.
Trying to find food, but nothing's looking good, but he wants to order food, and then he's just kind of like, ugh. I hate being on this train. Again!
Brok would agree with you, but now that Brok knows more about the cost, he is very appreciative. And
yeah, I suppose it's all relative. It's not something you're used to, really.
If you don't know what to have, the chicken is really good. Brok likes that one a lot.
Would you like for me to order you a chicken, Brok?
No, Brok is okay right now.
All right.
But Brok had a good talk with them, and he'll pat
he'll pat the daggers.
Yes, and he just like looks down at his sword on his side. Right.
While we're here and we have this time, you should try to talk with yours.
No, I think I'm all right.
They're really nice.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I think that's something that you should focus on, Brok. Thank you, though.
Okay.
And then he just kind of like sits on the little stool that's behind the counter, and then like puts his hands on the counter, and he's like, so Brok.
Yes.
I know that. And he looks like he's trying to word it correctly. Do you ever feel the weight of what we're doing?
Yes. All the time. That is one reason that led to Brok doing what I did to you. That is why I got upset and tore up that bathroom on the other train. I'm glad that you all were able to fix it.
Because I feel like we've just been going and going, and it hasn't really dawned on me exactly in all of the loss and death and, kind of shadowed the weight of what is exactly on our shoulders. The three of us. Just the three of us. And he looks shadowed in the face, like he's...
It got very heavy after Tyrall died. And that is why Brok pushed himself to get bigger and stronger, because we needed... That is what we needed.
I don't think physical strength is really what we need, though. Because, I mean... what is physical strength going to do against a usurper of gods? If he's just killing off the gods, right?
Yes. But...
And we really, as you're talking, he just interrupts you, essentially know nothing. Do we really know that these flowers are tied to him? No. We're assuming. We don't know anything, really. We're
No.
on a wild goose chase. Being torn apart.
That is how Brok feels all the time. You were lucky enough to be on the outside.
Yeah.
Brok knew the world was big from what he could see through the bars. But I had no idea how big and heavy it is.
Yeah, the weight of freedom is very heavy sometimes. Especially when you want to do the right thing.
But then, one day, by chance or by fate, Brok saw someone who didn't carry the weight. It fell off of him. He owned everything. As he walked up the street, arms full, whistling a tune.
I believe I was singing rather loudly, actually, but continue your story.
And that is what Brok wanted to be. To be so brave and sure of yourself that the weight goes away.
Well, you do make it quite a lot easier to be so sure of yourself. Because this entire time, I've had no idea what I'm doing. But you are probably the best encouragement anyone in this world or otherwise could hope to have, Brok. You remain positive of the people around you that you care about, even when they can't see it themselves. And that means more than any amount of gold one could ever get. So.
And Brok is kind of standing behind you because you're sitting at the counter,
Mm-hmm.
and so he's kind of to the side, and he'll wrap a arm around Aymer, and then he'll put his head,
A little
rest-
lizard head just.
rest it there on his shoulder, then
They're so
snuggle it
cute.
in.
Aw, Papa and his son. That's so cute. I love them so much. The father-son dynamic is so cute.
It's they're great.
They are. Tyrall, what are you doing?
Mhm.
Well, Aymer's contemplating the world, and his son is cheering him up.
Meditating to take a long rest.
Cool.
And then whenever he's done meditating, he goes into crisis mode.
He's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Goes into crisis mode of praying, communing with Adonis. Adonis telling him, "Hey, buddy, you're gonna have to figure this out eventually." And then back to panicking and praying
You
and
can't just run away from your problems,
panicking and praying
even if they are a pretty southern lady.
because he also knows exactly another conversation he's gonna have to have with her.
Which is another reason why you have to go there.
That one's not consequences for my actions.
No. Yeah, well, it is actually, because you wouldn't have known that had you not betrayed the Circle of Odin.
That's true.
And then garnered that knowledge once you got to heaven.
Yep.
But here's the two things we can do. We can either take a break now and then come back when we get to Delilah's, or we can get to Delilah's and take a late break. Because I'm sure that that's going to be a long conversation, and it's already 2:40.
Yeah, I would say let's just do the break now then.
Okay. Just do an early break.
Early break
Works
and
for
then get into the heavy stuff.
me. Yeah, and then get into the
Yeah.
really heavy stuff. It was a segue with cute Aymer and Brok, father-son dynamic.
Yes.
Now we're getting into the really heavy stuff.
We should probably head in first, hide all the knives, frying pans.
I think she could kill him with her bare hands, so unless we tie her down to a chair...
Oh, no, yeah, knowing her, she probably has
She could soup...
gauntlets made out of the mouths of those white dragons.
Probably. She could pick him up and break his back like
Oh, she's
Bane
gonna
did
Bane
Batman.
me?
Yeah. Yeah. So... But we will figure that out, and we'll let Patrick freak out about that.
You
while
break my heart, I break your body.
What's that saying? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Oh
So
boy.
we will take a break and let Patrick stew in that
Yes.
for 45 minutes.
45. Let me get my timer started up here.
We're live.
Hey, welcome
But
back.
in my notes-
Welcome back.
Are we here? Hey, hey!
We are the Wayward Inquisition back from break. We've eaten foods
So, yeah.
and
foods.
petted puppy dogs.
We did pet a puppy dog.
I don't have a note specifically referencing Tyrall in that I wrote down. However, I do have specific Tyrall, like, side pieces, like Tyrall will react this way, I bet, or Tyrall will probably do this. I actually do, because I have to prepare myself for the things that you might do. Like, I
At least
have
I'm
something...
predictable.
I have something in here when we meet Delilah that if you do, I'm going to point it out afterward. Because I'm almost certain. I could bet money on the fact that you were probably going to do this. Just because I know Tyrall so well. Brok does surprise me about a lot. Brok is really good about being predictable as well. You surprise me about a lot of stuff, though.
I'm just the more predictable one.
But he surprises me in the way that it makes me emotional. You surprise me in the way that it frustrates the fire out of me. Because you just say things, Tyrall. Anyway.
What can I say? It ain't easy being cheesy.
Hey.
Anyway, so before the break, the team had tried to find a place to sleep. Couldn't find a place to sleep. It was very late.
Nope.
Tyrall went back to the hideout to gather their things. The shopkeep that was there was tripped out, thinking that he was seeing hallucinations because of Tyrall. And then the group decided just to wait at the train station until it started back up because it was early enough in the morning. They could do that.
It was, and as Brok said, he was jazzed.
He was jazzed.
So sleep was not even on the menu.
Yep. And if sleep was not on the menu for Brok, sleep was not on the menu for Aymer. Also, this would not be... Well, sleep should probably be on the menu for Aymer. Aymer has not slept the past 2 nights. Aymer still probably won't sleep the last 2 nights, because if sleep's not on the menu for Brok, sleep's probably not going to be on the menu for Aymer. Also, he's not really been asleep since what happened with Cyrus. So,
Yeah.
It's a long time.
it's a long time. It's been about a week.
About a week, yeah.
He's running on, that's why he got all introspective. And was like, hey, you ever thought that maybe the world is too big? So, we are on the train. Would you like to do anything else while we're on the train? Did anybody think about anything while we were on break? Or would you like to just get straight to Delilah's?
Straight to Delilah. That's my vote.
I think so,
I don't
too.
have any ramifications for this.
I have no repercussions for any of my actions here.
Brok literally has no repercussions.
No, honestly, Brok really has had no repercussions for pretty much anything.
He doesn't do stupid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody forgives him.
He's never barged into a kitchen.
Well, and that's the thing, is Brok has done everything against his volition. He's not, like, when he bit Aymer and all that, he didn't want to do that. Like, you've purposely done these things to yourself.
You ripped a guy's head off
and threw it in the
out
street.
the window.
And the body.
And then pointed at him and was like, this is you.
You soon. This is you.
And yeah, bad guys tend to not like it when you
do that.
their buddy's head off.
You completely went against an actual god. And then went around telling people that. And giving them your actual full name, which people do remember. So, yeah, you're an interesting guy.
And you're awesome.
But I'll tell the truth.
Because we love Tyrall. He's so cool. He's so cool.
He is very cool.
If anybody wants to know the consequences of being straightforward and truthful all the time, Tyrall's life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so we are stopping at the little...
The town that we still don't know the name of because we've never asked.
Well, it doesn't... I mean, some places just don't have names if they're small enough.
Just...
They're just the town.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very small little station stop. I actually think I did give it a name, though, but I can't remember what it was because it doesn't really matter. It was literally like a station stop because... That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just
it's like a depot.
It's kind of just like, it's more, hey, random village, we're going to put a train stop here so that we can do like mid-route maintenance, that kind of stuff, restock what you have.
Right, and I'm sure that did good things for the town itself because people could stop and buy food and all that so they weren't upset. But there's really no name for the town because it's this big. So.
Yep. The villagers are like, oh yeah, welcome to... Yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, hey, do you have muffins or something? Because I'm hungry. So yeah, we stop there, of course. We get off. The train does its regular maintenance, going through, making sure cars are cleaned, that sort of stuff. There are no mishaps on the train. It's not going to blow up at all.
Brok appreciates ground.
As he always does.
Not as much this time with his new revelation
of how expensive it is.
The train.
Yeah.
He's
and that's just one way.
And that was one way.
That was just one way.
And we've been on this bad boy
back and forth
multiple times.
And back and forth. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But
the Viscount gets the scroll once a month. Here's your train subscription fee.
And he's like, oh, those fools. And at one point, there was 5 of us.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Thankfully, there's only 3 of us now. So actually, when he gets it now, he's like, kill another one, God. Like, but we get off. Do we want to do anything in the town while we are here?
Yeah,
Or would-
stall as long as possible.
Aymer will not allow that, but sure, go ahead.
We're gonna buy some flowers.
Okay.
We're gonna buy some pastries.
Okay.
We're gonna go back to the tailor where I bought the other stuff
Uh-huh.
and have him whip up a nice dress of a present.
Mm-hmm. Aymer will help with that. Make sure to
Yep.
pick out the colors that he remembers would complement Delilah.
Yep. Then we're actually gonna get 2 bouquets of flowers, one for her mom.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
smooth things over that, we're gonna get a bottle of whiskey for Dad.
Okay.
Yes, actually.
To be fair, at least you're trying. I expected Tyrall to just roll up and be
Yeah.
like, "No, woman, I'm no longer in love with you." I fully expected that.
I believe there was a place here that sold books.
There can be. I believe there was.
Um,
Excuse me.
Or even if it's just like he goes into a shop and sees a book and he's like, "Can I buy this?" And the person's like, "Oh, sure."
Sure, a gold piece. That's fine.
Yes, Brok would like to find a book, and it can really be anything.
Okay.
The
Mm.
logic behind quantum physics.
Written by Arminius Summermark.
Yeah. Oh, if it's that one, he might not do them what he plans on doing.
No. Yeah, it'll probably be like some like an encyclopedia or something of like root vegetables or something like that. Something real
Perfect.
basic.
Yes.
But yeah, a gold piece.
A gold piece.
Yep.
Thank you.
He's just so confused. He's like, sure.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyway. But yeah, so you gather all that stuff. Is that all we wanted to do in town?
I think we did stop at a graveyard here the first time.
Well, we didn't
Um,
stop at a graveyard.
We ended
or-
up
we
in a
en-
graveyard.
or-
we ended
there
up burying
was-
2 children.
Yes.
So if we would like to visit that,
Yes.
Grave
As
site?
we're walking towards
It's-
Delilah's, it was kind of on the way-ish, sort of.
it was outside the town. So close by the town,
Mhm.
opposite of Delilah. So
Okay.
here's the town. Over this way is Delilah's, and it was like right behind the city itself, the town
Gotcha,
itself.
Gotcha.
How long ago was that,
About a year.
game wise? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's close. Yeah, pretty close to a year,
That's what
I'd
I'm
say.
thinking. It's
But-
been a long time since we've seen Delilah.
So yeah, since
It's not too far out of the way though, if you'd like to
Yeah.
go. They
Uh,
were very specific to bury those kids close by, just because it happened so close to
It's-
home.
yeah.
But there is a graveyard on the way to Delilah's.
yes, Brok would like to stop in,
Aymer will go with you.
and you'll see him kind of look around.
And I think I know there was a teddy bear, like a ripped up teddy bear that was left, and
And
a
a
Yes,
shoe.
and the shoe.
Okay.
Yep.
That stuff is completely gone.
Oh,
It is
yeah.
obviously no longer there. There's now grass that has grown over and flowers that have kind of grown on top. But the grave, like the headstones, look very well taken care of still.
You see Brok kind of looking around, looking at them, and he just sees a random one that looks good, and he goes up to it, and he takes a deep breath. He puts the book on it, kind of pats it, and
I don't know if this is what you like to read, but I hope it finds you.
Well, I was going to ask what you were doing, but of course, as always, you have a heart of gold, Brok.
Yes, the first time we were here, I left the flowers for Lily. And then when we were at Uriah's, I left him art of Tyrall that I had done. And so I know Cyrus liked books. And,
Oh my god. Yep. Leave it to Brok.
and then there was the whole mishap, and he had his book taken away, because it wasn't his book.
It was not.
But this way he has something to read.
That's very sweet of you, Brok. It's been a long time since we've seen this. I think we were all very different people then.
Oh, yes.
Some of us. Physically, even.
That's very true.
You buried these kids in the name of Odin. I remember.
I did. It was a different lifetime, you could say.
Quite literally. All right. Ready to face the music?
I'm ready for some cookies.
I'm sure she'll make very good cookies for you, Brok. For you, Brok. And Aymer just has like the cheesiest little smile on his face.
Let's go see if that wicked father is still alive to yell at us.
We can only hope so.
Oh, and I wonder how the things are that Arminius built for her, if they're still working.
I imagine they are.
I bet they are. I sure bet they are.
Mhm.
And
Let's go.
Yes,
Yes.
Tyrall, let's go.
Let's go.
yeah, Brok has this little smirk.
I
Oh.
forgot the way Aymer laughs cracks me up.
Yes.
He does that because he's a fox. It's a gremlin little sound, and I love it so much.
That's so
Tyrall did
brilliant.
not miss that.
And Tyrall will just look down at you and just kind of like slap you backside of the head. Like, shut up.
His ears like split when he does it.
Tyrall's just like, take me back.
Yeah.
Yeah, lead the way. Come on, let's go get this out of the way.
Yeah. So we go.
At least I sent her a letter once and some papers.
Yeah, that was before you died.
Like a day before I died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And it's
let's-
been what, 6 months or more since then?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And didn't you promise to come back to her?
I mean, I'm here now.
Uh-huh, and you weren't going to. I'll keep that one to myself, though.
It's gonna.
As we're walking, the wind catches the little fox laugh.
And then it cuts to the little, the little gate outside, just staring at the house.
Yeah, gunk. It's just like a harsh cut.
Yeah.
Tyrall standing outside the gate, just watching the door, like, oh no. I will. Both of you roll a perception check for me. We are on our way there. We have not gotten there yet.
Where's my perception? Where are my d20s?
21.
Holy moly!
Oh, there you are. 11.
Yeah, you're very distracted. You're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Brok, you would probably notice it first as we're walking to Delilah's. Like the empty field between, because there was the town and there was like this big empty like rolling field or whatever, and then there was like some of the crops that she tends to closer to her house, that sort of thing, the graveyard, all that. In the empty field, that you hadn't noticed before on our first walk over there, And then once you point it out, Tyrall, you would recognize it too, because that's where you had your first date with Delilah. It's like starting to trail out with those flowers.
Oh, the pink ones?
Yeah, it's starting to like overgrow with them. It's like more bleeding out of the forest, whereas before it was just kind of trickling out of the forest. It's like bleeding out of the forest. And you could tell people back in the town, I say as I cough, seemed a little less friendly, not mean, just not as overtly happy to see, strangers or travelers. There was more of a coughing fit going on some people, but you kind of mistook it as like, oh, maybe there's just a seasonal cold going around.
Nope.
Correct.
Well, that would explain a lot of the...
Throws the muffins away.
Yeah. That would explain a lot of the coughing that we've seen.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it.
Let's hope they haven't infected the farm too much.
Or Delilah.
It's a lot of flowers.
It's a lot more, I would think. I didn't really see it before, but... The only thing we can do is hope for the best, right?
That means we need to make this quick so we can go find that antidote.
Expediency. But...
Well, not to dwell on it for too long. Just means we need to get this more out of the way.
The harsh cut. Tyrall just standing there with a blank Saitama face, just a circle and a thin mouth, like, yeah, just, oh, cool. And Aymer's tail is just wagging, like he's like, so, you gonna, yeah,
And he'll do the slow walk of shame up to the door.
Aymer hasn't even come into the gate. He's just too busy cackling at the picket fence.
And he'll straighten himself up. He's got bouquet, present, whiskey. All right. Knock.
And it's actually pretty quiet when you knock on the door. There's no sounds or anything coming from inside. And it takes probably a good 4 or 5 minutes of silence before you hear someone approaching. And the door kind of opens. And Delilah's standing there and she looks tired. But she's fine. She just looks tired. And she sees you, but doesn't immediately recognize you. Can I help you?
I believe I have some explaining to do to you.
I'm sorry, I don't think I... And then it looks like it dawns on her as she's looking at your face, because that's the thing that's majority
really
the same. Yeah. Tyrall?
Yes.
Well, you look different and taller? I mean, come in. Yeah, and she opens the door wider and invites you in, and then Aymer's like, huh? What? And she's like, oh, hi guys, you can come in too. And Aymer's like, what? What?
And yeah, Brok was waiting up by the front gate there, and so then when she waves, he'll start coming in, and she's like, come on in.
Yeah, and Aymer follows. Maybe she'll stop yelling soon. He goes in. She shuts the door behind him. She's like, you look one less short. Where's Cyrus? Aymer's ear just kind of goes back and his tail kind of drops.
We should sit down for that. Oh, but first, these are for you.
Oh, thank you.
And he'll get the little bag. That's for you. This is for your mother.
Oh,
And this bottle here is for that crotchety old father of yours.
Well, Papa was very crotchety, but if you
Oh.
want to give that to him, you might want to go outside for that.
He'll take it back.
It's
Explains why you look extra tired.
It's been a while since you've been back and since I've heard from you, so...
Once again, we should probably sit down for these talks.
All right.
A lot has happened.
It seems like it. You all are very serious today. Brok, you look like you've been working out.
Yes. There was some turmoil that empowered me to want to get bigger.
Well, sit down, and I'll bring some something. I wasn't prepared for visitors, but I'll bring us some lemonade that I made the other day. Just go sit down.
Water will be fine.
I knew Brok would be like, ooh, no thanks.
Tyrall and I had lemonade when we were in the port town. It was not good.
Which is very good.
I'll bring you some water, Brok. And she titters off into the kitchen, puts the flowers down, puts them in a vase, blah, 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 blah.
Aymer,
What?
I thought I was going to get slapped.
Well, the slapping could still come as soon as you explain things. He looks too happy.
Do you want to explain Cyrus, or do you want me?
Well, I suppose it just depends on, you have a lot to explain to her, so maybe you should do most of the talking, yeah?
All right.
I can handle that part.
All right, Brok. If you want to handle that part, you can.
All
We're
right.
gonna wait for her to come back.
Yep.
with
Aymer just kind of skitters
lemonade
off
and
into
water.
the living room and sits down. Feet dangling off the couch a little.
Does anything look different in the house?
Not really.
Does it look like Armenius has done more upgrades?
There's probably like nicer windows. Her fireplace is actually nicer, upgraded. But other than that, not really. There's not a lot.
Did leave them with a bunch of money,
We did leave them with a bunch of money.
and I'm sure they put it to good use on house upgrades and yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, not really. There's probably maybe some new blankets. The couch might be newer. A new rug. Nothing spectacular. Just minor things. And then she takes her maybe about 5-10 minutes setting up the flowers and the vase and all that. Comes back with a couple of glasses of lemonade and a glass of water.
You little lizard boy.
She would drink like that too. That's the funny part. After you've watched Creature Commandos, I cannot unsee Brok as Weasel. I can't. Especially because he's always out, like, in frame, but just in frame enough to be doing something weird.
Yes.
But totally nonchalant, like that. Like, just, like, and it's just Brok.
It was so good. It was so good.
But Aymer's sitting on the couch, and when she comes in, there's like 2 chairs on the other side of like a coffee table or whatever facing the couch, and she sets down the tray, sits in one of the seats. So go ahead, tell me what's been going on.
I
And
don't know exactly where to start.
well, you could start with why you look so different. I mean, I know you were going through a change and everything last time I saw you, but
So,
Aymer with his glass of lemonade, kicking his feet like,
did you get the letter and the papers I sent you?
yeah, they were a little upsetting, but I mean,
So, The day after I sent those to you, there's not a good way to put this, but I kind of, got killed.
All right. Well, what does that mean exactly?
It means I was captured by the Circle of Odin and then disemboweled in their main sanctuary.
Oh, you mean like you were... I don't know what kind of joke this is. Is it? And she looks at Brok and Aymer like, is it supposed to be one that's funny, or...
And yeah, Brok has a good, solemn,
Yep,
serious face
so does
on.
Aymer.
No, like, I actually died.
We weren't able to save Tyrall.
So, if you weren't... But you're right. I don't understand. How are... If you're not Tyrall, then who are you? And why do you look so similar?
I'm still Tyrall, but remade. You remember how I said I'd found something better than Odin?
Yeah.
That's who remade me.
So you're telling me that the Circle of Odin found you because of your forsaking oaths and stuff, and they sacrificed you,
Yes.
and you died.
Yes.
And how long were you gone?
6 months?
And then she looks at Aymer and Brok at that point, and nobody told me?
We were very busy, and we didn't know what to say. Brok did not take it very well, losing Tyrall.
So, if you were gone that whole time, where were you? And why are you here, physically, if you're dead?
Was dead. I don't really know what I am right now. Whether I'm alive or dead or not. So I was taken away out of the Circle of Odin whenever they killed me. I was taken to the heavens by the Maker, who remade my body, and then spent time in the heavens and the hells.
She looks like she is struggling.
To be trained, and then he sent me back about 3 days ago.
So you're saying you don't know what you are now?
I know that I am a being recreated in the heavens. I am more like those creatures that dwell there than what are here.
She stands up and she's quiet. And she just kind of like dusts off the front of her dress, her little apron dress thing, and walks over to you and just looks at you as you're sitting down. She just cups your face with both of her hands, and then she withdraws them, and then she smacks you across the face.
I was waiting for it.
And she has tears in her eyes. She's like, well, you're physical enough for me to smack. So you're still human.
I never was human.
Well, person. She's also
I
not human,
am.
but she's half human.
Yeah.
Human is a term for you're
Physical?
not man.
Yeah.
You are physical.
Yes, mortal.
Yes. Human
And-
is a way of life, not necessarily.
He'll let
Yes.
the smack land. And if you two want to roll a perception check,
Ooh.
I do. I would love to roll it. Although I bet it's going to be like every time Valen rolled a perception check on Jethro. She didn't know, and she was in love with the man. It's a 19. Percepto?
16.
oh yeah, you both notice
Yeah, that's a
when
whole
when
30.
the smack lands, he actually moves his face to make it look like it hit harder than it did.
Oh, that's
Oh.
honestly, that's kind of sweet though. Yeah.
Nice.
I am very much physical. In fact, I've already bled quite a lot since I've been back. So I am very much physical.
But you're not my Tyrall anymore, are you?
I am different.
Of course.
I am not an elf. I'm not the confused person that I was. And I have a very different purpose of being back than I did before.
Right. And I'm sure any kind of mortal being couldn't get in the way of that, right?
Only if they were to help to further that goal.
Well, she just turns around, goes and sits back down in the seat that she was in. So, tell me what happened with Cyrus.
We had gone to see an angel that we had met before to see if they could bring Tyrall back, and they were not able to. And as we left there, Cyrus had been suffering from nightmares for a good while, and the root of those nightmares took control over him, and we had to kill him.
Sounds like you all have had a hard time.
It has been very rough. A lot more than what Brok would be able to handle. But luckily, Brok has good friend.
And Aymer's just been quiet this whole time. But you can tell she definitely has tears in her eyes, and sometimes they fall like down her cheek or whatever, but she's holding it together real well. But she's struggling.
And we were pressed for time. Before his passing, Tyrall had sent a message to the Viscount that we then had to uphold. And it was while we were at that meeting that Tyrall reappeared.
Right. So, just out of curiosity's sake, why are you here?
To tell you the truth of what's been happening. Of why you haven't seen us or heard from us. And also because there is something that I promised to find out for you that I have your answers for.
It's been so long. I don't think I remember what it was.
Tyrall will stand up and look at her and gesture to the door. He'll look at you two to tell you all to stay.
And yeah,
Aymer's just like,
Uh,
this one I know nothing about.
when you gesture for her to go to the door, Brok just looks at her and does like a, it's okay.
And he will
Right?
take her outside and take her to the field that is now overrun with those pink flowers.
That's pretty far away, but I mean, you can.
Yeah.
It's like a 30-minute walk or something like that.
Yep. Oh, he'll walk with her out there. He won't say anything unless she says something.
Nah, she's pretty quiet, which is unusual for her, but yeah, she's pretty quiet.
And whenever they're in the field,
and she does stay like pretty good distance away from you. Like before, she probably would have walked
like side by
familiarly
side.
close to you, and then definitely before she probably would have held your hand or something. But now she's like stranger distant apart from you.
whenever he gets there, he'll take his hammer off and he will set it down and take his hands off of it. I promised you that I would try to find out where your brother went.
Oh, right, yeah.
I know what has happened.
All right.
And it may make you look upon your family differently.
What do you mean?
When you were very young, your brother had something going on that your parents did not know how to deal with.
Like what?
Natural sorcery.
All right. They didn't ever say anything about it.
Probably because of what happened next. They tried to find somebody who could teach him, train him. The only people willing was the circle. The people that came and got him was the circle of Odin.
Oh. All right. So, Mama and Daddy let him be taken by those people?
Yes, they did.
And they knew about it?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right.
What they don't know is what happened after.
It gets worse?
He did what I did.
I need you to be a little more clear than that, Tyrall.
He forsook the oaths that they forced him to take.
Oh.
And they found him like they found me.
And I'm assuming they did the same thing to him that they did to you, huh?
Yes, they did.
Right. Okay. As she looks a lot worse than she did on inside the house. Whether it's because she's kind of by herself in a way. I mean, she's with you, but she's not surrounded by Aymer or Brok. It's a little bit more intimate. So she feels like she can kind of, and also it's just a lot. So she's starting to cry a little bit more, or whether it's because she just can't hold in all of the emotion because it's so much. She does start to weep, but she's not crying. Like the tears are coming out and she's crying, but she's not crying.
I know that there has been a lot that has happened since we've come to you in the last hour.
Yeah.
But would you like to see the things promised? Something joyous and happy.
No, I think I need a little bit. Honestly, it's all been kind of a lot, and it hasn't been all that long since I lost Mama and Daddy, so it's gonna take me a little bit to not just mourn my brother's death, apparently, but also the loss of you. Not just death, but new life as well.
when we get back to the house, could you show me where you've laid them to rest?
Yeah, I can do that. So then she walks back. She walks a little bit ahead of you just because she kind of wants to be alone, process it all. But once you all get back to the farm, she shows you their gravestones, but she doesn't stay with you. She just kind of like gestures to it silently and lowers her head and goes back inside. And what me and you, Aymer, and you see, Brok, is her walking inside, and she doesn't really look at us, and she just, because, you know, the foyer, the archway from the living room, kitchen, goes into the hallway, so we can see her walk into her bedroom and close the door.
Tyrall is going to, because he knew that her dad was an old human.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that her mom is an elf.
Mm-hmm. She was a full elf.
He is going to commune with the heavens and try to find her soul to talk to.
Okay, roll a d20 for me. You can add your religion to it.
Where's my religion? Where is my religion? Wow. Nope.
Dude, I think I messed my shin up bad when I ate it in the... Because when I was walking to Arby's, man, my shin was hurting so bad.
It's a 19.
19? Okay. It takes a little bit. Not nearly as long as usual, though. And actually, Dread is the one who brings a soul to you. And it definitely doesn't look like her mom. It just looks like a wispy orb figure. But he's standing guard over it. Because it's kind of his job. So he's there silently and just waiting for you to speak.
Your daughter is struggling with your passing and her father's and the revelation of what happened to her brother. I have one simple question. Would you like to come back to spend your days with her?
Let's see if she would. And when you say that, the Dread is looking at the spirit form, and then the face turns to you. He tilts his head a little. And the voice is weird and ethereal and dimensional. If you think that would make her happy.
Would it make you happy?
I have never lived my life for myself. I've lived my life for my daughter.
Then let you be the first miracle of the Maker on this realm in a very long time. And I will cast Resurrection.
Right.
And bring her mother back.
And as you do that, Dread just kind of floats back a little, with his wings. And as you cast Resurrection, you can tell me what it looks like resurrection-wise, but on Dread's end, because he has to sever that tie between death and life, because he's the guardian of death, you're bringing her back to life, so he has to cut her from the cycle of death. He reaches behind him, pulls out this ethereal, brilliant scythe that you have seen before, and he like twists it around and slams it right in between the spirit form, and it evaporates, and you can tell me what you think it, and like chains, kind of like ethereal chains just kind of fall off of it, And you can tell me what it looks like when she is resurrected.
So for anybody that is looking out the windows or paying attention to what I'm doing out there, you will see Tyrall put his hands up. His wings will unfurl from out behind him.
I bet this looks really cool too because you're wearing priest robes.
Yep.
Like, that's so epic.
And light will rain down from the heavens and slam into the grave. And then whenever it disperses, all like the dirt has been pushed aside, the coffin broken open, and then standing in front of him will be her mother, perfectly healthy.
And only you can see him because she is now no longer a part of any kind of ethereal plane. But Dread just lowers his head, raises it back up. Wonderful work, brother. And then
And
disappears.
Tyrall will just bow his head to him, and he'll look at her, say, "Make her be praised. How about you go comfort her?"
I wasn't really expecting to be brought back, but thank you. I'm assuming she's inside.
That's where she went. Yes. Also, if there is a bouquet of flowers inside for you, I did not know what had happened here.
I see.
So
Thoughtful of you, son. And she just kind of like pats your shoulder, and she's a little bit taller than Delilah, but not by much. So you're still so much taller than her, and she still pats your shoulder like she's your mother, and just walks past you and goes inside. And we don't see her yet, but we hear somebody enter into the home, which we would assume would be Tyrall, because it's only us two, like, or those
Yes.
two. And us too.
And us too.
So
and
I'm sure when the door opens, Aymer like shoots off the couch. Brok, what do you do?
So actually, while you were out showing her, taking her to the field and all that, given the time.
Yeah, it would have been. I mean, this has probably been an hour. About.
Yeah. Whenever she came back and came through the house, Brok is in the kitchen cleaning pots and
Aw.
pans.
Yeah, because
that were in the sink.
It would have been noticeable that the house isn't nearly as kept up as it used to be because she's just had so much going on.
Yeah, she's running a one-woman show and running a farm.
And, like, maintaining dragons.
Maintaining the house, keeping dragons at bay,
she's
tending
probably got
field,
like a barn full of them now
livestock.
tamed.
Yeah, Aymer's
and-
still just chilling on the couch.
And so, he would have seen her go off, and he goes back to it. So he's in the kitchen cleaning. Here's the door open.
Aymer shoots off the couch, kind of like peeks around the side to see what Tyrall's doing, and we both see that it's not Tyrall. Oh, who? What? And she just is like, boys, it's been a while since I've seen you.
Yes.
My daughter's inside, right?
Yes, she
In
looked,
her bedroom,
she looked upset.
of course. And she just keeps walking and goes to the bedroom, and Aymer's like, huh?
And after she goes, as soon as the bedroom door closes, so do the pot, like the current pan hits the floor, and Brok scurries out to the kind of entry where you are more in.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Aymer, I thought that she and
Yeah. Pretty
eh,
sure she was, as far as I was understood. Huh? And he was like, looks to the door that's slightly ajar because she expected you to follow in after her.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Oh, cool not. And so Aymer's like,
where's Tyrall?
and
probably
I'll
outside still.
go pick up the pan that I dropped, set it in the sink, take the apron off.
Because he had an apron on. That's so
put it
cute.
on, scurry outside.
Yeah, I'll go outside
like,
too.
Looking for Tyrall and see the giant man
In an empty grave.
standing by an exploded open grave.
Yep. And Aymer just walks up, sees the grave, looks at it, puts his hands on the back of his hips, taps his foot on the ground, looks up at you, looks down at the grave, back up at you, his eyes wide. Huh?
She said she would come back to help her.
You did you bring her back?
The Maker allowed me to bring her back.
You
My question.
did you take Delilah up there?
No, I did not.
Oh,
Did you ask if Delilah wanted this? Some people don't want to see the dead people back alive.
We are leaving soon.
Oh. And, yeah, Brok gets a look on his face, and you see him dart back inside, because being alone to deal with your feelings about the death of your boyfriend,
Your
and
brother.
his resurrection, and now your brother, and you've been living alone because your parents are dead, and then your mom walks in.
And we
That's
don't.
gonna be really unsettling.
And we also don't know how long they've been dead. They could have only been dead like a week or so.
Yeah.
And she's probably still mourning that. We have no idea.
So yeah, Brock's running back in to check on Delilah.
Yeah. And Aymer is just once again speechless. He looks at the grave, looks at where Brok went, thinks he needs to go, stops. He has no idea, and then he just. You have not changed at all.
Only my appearance and powers have changed. Now, if you excuse me, I need to find somewhere to build a church. And the wings will come out and poof! There he goes.
Just the most frustrated fox sounds as you fly off. Brok, what are you doing?
I run inside, kind of, as I get closer to the bedroom door, kind of slow down to a little hurried pace, and do a quick knock on the door.
Yeah, because as you're walking back in and you're walking up to the door, you can hear her yelling like, I've gotten crazy. They're coming back to life now, and oh, like she's tripping.
And yeah, Brok will just force his way in. Then,
And when you open the door, she freezes, and she looks at you, and she's like, oh. Oh my god.
I'll put a hand on her mom to be like, step back a little, please.
yeah, okay. It's okay. It's okay.
They weren't dead that long, right? And now are you even here, Brok? Is this really happening? What's going on?
Yes, Brok is here.
Why am I seeing her? Do you see her too?
Yes, she is alive
She's
again.
shaking.
And Brok just slowly inches closer and closer to Delilah until he's able to like take her hand. And
so you know, as he told you, the Maker brought Tyrall back. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, Tyrall asked the maker and asked your mama if she would like to come back.
She wasn't even gone all that long. I don't. And what about Papa? Papa, did he bring Daddy back, or is it just Mama?
It's just your mama. The maker likes to say yes and no. He likes to say no a lot.
And what made that idiot think I'd want this?
Because he's an idiot.
Oh, that's fair.
Brok is not the smartest in the group, but Tyrall has always been the fool. And that is why we love him. And he didn't want you to be alone, because he does still care for you a lot. He just isn't Tyrall anymore, but he is. It's very confusing, as you can see.
And her mom's doing a really good job just being quiet and waiting for her to process all of it. But she does kind of step up a little bit. She's like, "Sweetie, I understand that this is a little upsetting, but I'm not going anywhere, and we can talk about everything slowly, and at least you're no longer alone." And I mean, Delilah looks like she's seeing a ghost talk to her. Like, she knows that you're telling her this happened and it's okay. She cannot wrap her brain around it. Like, she thinks that she's hallucinating or dreaming, having a nightmare.
Brok will kind of guide her down to a sitting position.
On the bed.
Take hands off, turn, grab Mama, take her out the door, and as he's going out the door, he'll be like,
I'll make you some tea. Why don't you rest in here alone for a while?
All right. That's probably a good idea. And she just sits on the side of the bed.
and he'll close the
1,000-yard stare.
And as he's walking the mom through the hallway, he's like,
Don't worry, it's not you, it's Tyrall.
Apparently so. Men and their foolish ways.
Brok was very scared when he first saw Tyrall was back. So Brok understands what she's feeling. And also, where do you keep the tea?
Well, unless she's changed it, I will show you where she keeps it. And
thank you.
She will show you where the tea's at, help you make it, and Aymer is still outside.
Yeah. I have no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, he's...
It went from this to hands on the hip,
yeah,
foot tapping, maybe some pacing back and forth.
No, exactly. Talking to himself, trying to figure out, where did the idiot go? What am I going to do when he comes back? What am I supposed to do about all of this situation? I just figured out that I'm not the only one trying to do something about this now, but now Tyrall's also acting even more stupid because now he has worse powers. And what am I supposed to do when he brings people back from the dead? What am I supposed to do about that now?
And he's going to build a church?
Yeah, he's going to make more of him? The man is having a midlife crisis. He's not even at his midlife yet.
Oh, with the number of gray hairs this whole adventure has given him.
That's true. It's a good thing he has white hair normally. Or he would be real mad at you, Tyrall. You think he's mad about you bringing people back from the dead without asking people? Wait till he thinks you're giving him gray hair. Then you're gonna get it. I don't even want to ask, what are you doing? I kind of miss Flint. I'm not gonna lie. What are you doing, Tyrall?
He said he was going to go look for a place to build a church.
Or is that what you're doing?
No, that is not what he's
I
doing.
didn't think so. What are you doing?
He is crash landed into the woods and, just taking out trees because he realizes he's a big dumb idiot after Aymer told him he's a big dumb idiot.
It does usually take Aymer to tell him that he's a big dumb idiot for him to realize that he has indeed been a big dumb idiot.
Yep.
You blunder stuff up all the time.
Yep. But once he's done smashing all these trees, he may have a pretty good clearing.
For a church.
For a church.
And he's got the lumber knocked down already.
But he's not tearing down trees to make lumber. He's literally just going on a small little rampage.
Yes.
Yep.
Smacking down trees at the
Getting
hammer.
a little frustration out.
Yep.
Understandable.
Sometimes you gotta do that. This poor forest around Delilah's home.
Oh no, he's like deep in the forest.
Oh, okay.
There's probably like some of those weird dragons like
Yeah, probably hear you crash land and they're like,
just like,
yeah.
you gonna do something about that? No.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, I'm good. How long are you doing that for? Do you think?
We'll do it for an hour. And then he will meditate for like 4 hours to try to get right with himself.
Mm-hmm.
And also because I want my 7th level spell. So I only have one of those, and I done used it.
Without any consideration for anybody else in the area.
Not any consideration for anybody. But while he's in that meditation, he will, speak to Adonis.
Mm-hmm.
He'll pray to the Maker. He'll apologize to Dread.
Yeah. Yup. Because I'm sure that as you're meditating, you just get a very familiar voice of a very certain mentor of yours. That I gotta write those names down.
I have them written down.
Yeah, could you give
They're
those to me
also
again?
in a text message.
Yeah, I know they were in our text message. Could you give those to me again? I can't remember. They're long names to remember, and I actually need to write those down.
We have Amrael.
Uh-huh. He was the...
War.
Yeah.
Comsmithrian. Pretty sure that's how you say it.
Oh. Because Casmithrian.
Casmithrian?
Yes.
Mm.
He was what?
Oracle of Knowledge.
Knowledge, yeah.
And then we have Dread.
Yeah. Don't mind me forgetting my lore, it's fine. Listen, I do a lot, and I forget a lot.
Then we have Emerith, which is pain and cruelty.
Yeah, I don't need those right now.
Okay.
Oh my god. Because they don't just come to you. Those are ones that just trained you in battle. But you were just, as you're meditating, you hear, a voice familiar to you, from a mentor that's soft, but also a little condescending. You do things without thinking.
It's like whenever I came back here, I forgot everything that I was ever told.
The mortal plane does indeed have a way of dulling one's holy senses.
To tell you the truth, I don't like being back.
Which is why it was of the Maker's will, not your own.
That is true. It's going to be hard to evangelize and build the people that we need for the times to come. Unless I can get something figured out.
And you're meditating, but you open your eyes and you see the physical manifestation of all three of them. And they just are, they're just looking at you while I'm sure you're on your knees or something. And of course they don't step foot on mortal
you know,
ground.
yeah.
They're hallowed creatures. And Death with his little smile on his face. You didn't think that one through, did you?
Since when do I think anything?
And he just smiles and looks away.
Starting to think that maybe I wasn't the best choice for all of this.
And then that's when Amriel's like, which makes you the only choice.
I expected that from you. Sounds exactly like something you would say.
The Maker chooses those who would not choose themselves.
That also sounds like something he told me right before he sent me back in a blaze of glory.
And also because your fool of friends needed you.
Yeah, I'm not too sure they're happy about that.
Well, just because they needed you does not mean that some of the decisions that you make are going to make them happy. Because you make foolish decisions without consulting others.
So, like, do you want me to go back and undo it?
And Kismethian just, because he's reading a book as he's having this conversation, like he can separate the multitask basically, and he just closes it, puts it back in his arm.
That was a stupid thing for me to say, wasn't it?
At least you're learning that it was a stupid thing for you to say.
So, since you're all three here, how does this plot of ground look?
And Amriel just kind of like floats backward, and the other two follow him in like a fluid motion, and he looks around. I'm sure it will be well enough for whatever hallowed ground you wish to put upon it. But again, you must consult others before you do this sort of work.
That's true. Need to get some sort of purchase agreement together.
And Dred just looks at the others and is like, does he hear you when you speak? Or do we just speak to ourselves? It's very monotonous and dead. Gives me three and just is like,
Look. I'm not going to build anything now. As you can see, this was all done in a fit of self-induced rage. As you all saw, I assume.
yes, of course we watched your foolishness.
But anyways, since you're all here, would you mind, I don't know, meditating with me for guidance?
Sometimes, Tyrall, you have to guide yourself. Ask others for help before you make decisions, but guide yourself, and we will be alongside you. We cannot guide every decision you make. You must learn that for yourself. That's what true knowledge is about.
You
The experience.
realize who you said that to.
Hopefully, the Maker will allow some of your consequences to stick in your mind, therefore giving you wisdom. And then Amriel's like, and if he doesn't, then we kill you.
You did tell me that you would kill me one day.
And I keep my promises.
That you do. Well, if that's all, I'm going to go back to self-reflection and asking for forgiveness before I go ask others for forgiveness.
That sounds about right. And then Himriel's the one who leaves first, as always, the busy man he is. And then Dread just kind of floats away with a gentle smile, as always. And then, because Mithreen is the one left, and he just kind of floats to you and approaches you, puts his hand on your shoulder. Brother, you are smart, and you are worthy of the trials that are given to you. But you are impatient. Your zealousness is admirable. But you don't use it in the right way all of the time. And you have to remember that any work that you do in the Maker's name, since no other is really doing the work, reflects upon him. Do not reflect him in a negative light.
I understand.
You must heed patience when you make decisions. Gentleness and compassion are also very important. And your friends, while foolish, do have the wisdom and the guidance of the Maker. Trust in them. Use your knowledge and your wisdom. You have it. You just refuse to listen to it at times.
That means I don't listen to Courtney.
Oh.
I think I understand what you're saying.
You will not always make the right decisions, Tyrall. And you will not always use knowledge or wisdom to make those decisions. That is just how the Maker has made you. But try.
I will try.
And if you need us, we are here for you.
Thank you.
And he floats away with the rest. And that's also not you not listening to Courtney. Tyrall that's just Tyrall's personality. It's just his flaw. It's just his flaw. Just like Aymer's is being Aymer. You know, the whole thing. So.
After like a few hours, Tyrall will jet himself back.
Cool.
Yep. Until sit down right in front of the front door.
And the door opens before you knock on it. And your hand goes until it's in front of a tiny little fox man who looks very upset with you.
Before you say anything, I have already been scolded by 3 others.
But not by me.
Why not make it a 4th?
Why not? Where did you go? Off to sulk?
Yes.
And wallow in your own self-pity?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and while you were gone, after blundering like you did, Delilah's been asleep. And her mother has been very accommodating. But you have got to explain some things to everyone in this house. Some of us don't even know who you are. And when I say some of us, I mean all of us. You say your name is Tyrall. You have Tyrall's eyes, his nose, and his mouth, and that is it. So, it's time we get reacquainted. And he just steps aside. Come on.
He'll go and walk into the living room.
Brok and the mom are in the kitchen fixing dinner.
Yep, dinner and cookies, and she has had the best time with you, Brok.
Brok definitely does not have unbaked cookie dough smeared across his face.
No, he
Not
sure
in the
doesn't.
slightest.
No, he sure
would
doesn't.
No,
never
he would
do
never
that.
He
do
wouldn't, and her mother would never allow him to do that, of course.
No.
Encouraging him to do whatever he wants because he's a precious little baby.
But he'll probably hear a bit of the talking at the front door, and so he'll stop what he's doing, and you kind of come into the living room. He comes out of the kitchen and walks up to you and slaps you across the
He
face.
does not, however, move his head to make it look like you smacked him harder.
No, his head actually doesn't move.
No,
Yeah.
as he does it, he's like,
It's like whenever Batman's punching Superman, but it's just like,
Yeah.
oh.
You big idiot.
I know.
You brought
know.
her mom back, and you left. You didn't think you would need to explain that?
I was good to come in until he pointed out that I was an idiot. And then, well, I left.
Well, if the brain fits.
Ew.
Ooh,
Dang.
man.
Oh my god. Brok
She
is a
is
savage.
Very upset. Brok did his best to help calm her down. We made her tea. I told her that I was very confused and scared when you first came back, and I did my best to calm her. She's resting now. Do not go in there.
I've never actually been in her room, so.
Oh, you know who has? Armenia Summermark. Anyway.
So once when
All
she
right.
wakes up, or we get her up for dinner, which is going to be wonderful,
It smells wonderful.
you are going to apologize.
Yes, I will. But before then, Aymer has questions that I need to answer, so I figure anybody who has them ask.
Well, sit down and let's figure this out then, right? So, and he sits down in the chair like an upset father. You died.
Correct.
We saw that in a vision. Dream. That sucked. You were gone for 6 to 8 months. What? As detailed as you can give it to me. What are you doing the whole time?
Well, for a portion of that, I was having myself recrafted by the hands of the Maker.
Right? And on that, what are you now? You're not exactly an elf, and you're not like Uriah.
I am in between. I am a created ASMR.
Oh, all right. I know that they exist. I've never seen one other than Uriah, but he's also different. He's a full angel. But, right? So you're an ASMR variant. Crafted from the Maker after you died. Right? Continue on with what you were doing.
After that, he brought me to... I just forgot his name. Oh, no. How do you say his name? Oracle of Knowledge?
Kesmithrian.
After that, he brought me to Kesmithrian, the Archangel of Knowledge, to train me in anything that I would need to know coming back, and also in the ways of proper worship and reverence to the Maker, to restore it upon this plane. After that, I was taken to Dread, the Angel of Death, to understand how the crossing over works, to understand the ramifications between life and death.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Maker personally brought me to the Hells
Mm-hmm.
to be trained in their ways, since it was created by the Maker.
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer not to get into detail of those times.
All right, that's fine. Move on.
After I was done with the Archdemon's trainings, he brought me back to the heavens and gave me over to the Archangel of War, Aymer, to be trained in, well, war. Fighting, sorceries, leadership, just anything that it would take to wage war against the greater enemies.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brok. This sounds very similar to the Circle of Odin and the way they work. So they trained you in all the things you already knew, just erased the Odin part and put in the Maker part.
It would actually be the other way around. That Odin erased the Maker part and put in Odin.
Oh, okay. So the Maker, you're trained in the circle of the Maker now. What other powers should we be aware of, so we know?
Other than resurrection of the dead.
It's like, can you just do that with anybody?
I can't do it with anybody. I only have a century to get to the body. I have to have
Well, I'm glad
the
there's
body.
a time step.
The soul has to be able to be reached by me. The soul has to be willing. The soul does not want to be resurrected. I cannot resurrect them.
Okay.
You already know that I can take you to the heavens.
Yeah,
Yes.
the plane shifting.
I can
Right.
also take you to the hells. I can take you to any plane that I have been to.
Let's stick with this one, please.
I can also summon angels and demons, as you saw with the Holophant. I can also do that for the demons as well. There
Right.
is something that I'm still meditating on. That is what Odin has based his Crusader's Stand and Bifrost cleansing on.
Oh no.
Yeah, because that's what we need Tyrall to be able to do
can-
again.
Can you skip that part?
I can't, because at the beginning of this, where we were trying to find out these flowers, there's something a little bit more important that I have to prepare us for, and quite frankly, this plane of existence for.
Which is,
War in the heavens that will affect us.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So why did the Maker take you to be remade and sent back?
I haven't gotten a satisfactory answer to that. The archangels said that it was precisely because I wasn't the best person for it.
Oh, that's a load of nonsense. It's the same thing Uriah said to me about my stupid sword. It's just something to make you feel better. He brought you back because you were the only one stupid enough to do it. It's the same reason why I was the only one stupid enough to take this ridiculous sword.
Aymer, have you even tried to commune with the sword?
No,
And why not?
because it's ridiculous.
Are you afraid of the knowledge and the help that it will be to you? Or are you afraid that you'll be more like me?
A little of both, I suppose. And I think that those are both very, understandable fears, especially the last one.
Have you talked to Brok about his and his communion with his spirits?
He's told me a little bit about it, yeah?
Yes.
And you don't wish to have the same. So you're going to keep a spirit sent from the Maker in that sword alone.
Well, so here's the thing. And he looks like he's trying not to say it directly to Brok. Some people are very zealous and want this kind of life where spirits talk to them and, you know, holy endeavors and all that. And then there are the ones who are a little bit more susceptible to following the lead of people who are very zealous. You see what I'm saying? Very vulnerable to believe in that sort of stuff. And I'm not saying that it's not entirely true. I'm just saying, it seems a little destiny-filled for me.
You're complaining about Destiny Field when there is literally somebody murdering the Pantheon.
I'm saying
And you've
that
been given the tools to help prevent it.
I'm saying that if a god or the Maker has destined me, of all people, to be a hero of some magnitude, that's obviously a fairy tale.
As if everything up to this point hasn't been from one.
Some things are coincidences.
All right, let's put it into broader terms, Aymer. Since now we're on to you instead of me. You don't drink anymore.
I don't do that stuff because of Brok.
You don't do drugs anymore.
Because of Brok.
You're not part of a gang anymore. You helped kill the one that kidnapped you and forced you to do terrible things. You made up with somebody whose life you have ruined. You went through the stages of grief for 2 of your friends. Then you went to somebody that you thought could bring them back in faith and asked them to do so. Then one of them was returned to you. You don't think that all of that is coincidences. And you won't even speak to the single greatest thing that he has given to you, an actual martyr of him to help guide you. You understand that you told me that you needed to become a leader and a person that could run a state, to be noble, to inspire others around you. I am a priest, and a priest trained in war. I was given a spirit that was trained in being a priest and war. Brok has the intelligence of a child, and he was given children that would understand him, and he could understand them. You don't think that trapped in that sword, waiting for you to give contact, is an inspiring leader to help you in that cause? Look at the marble and the hilt. It was crafted for somebody of nobility, somebody of absolute strength. And you don't want the help of the soul trapped inside that has already lived a lifetime. And you're going to lecture me about being a better person.
I believe you still have questions for Brok to answer.
Brok, is there anything else you'd like to ask while Aymer contemplates?
Yes, you said that I was given children?
Emma and Ezra.
Yes. There's spirits in my sword, in my daggers.
They are. You never thought where the spirits came from.
I figured they came from the heavens or something since Uriah made them.
They did come from the heavens, but they weren't always in the heavens.
They're not angels or something.
No, Brok. When the Circle of Odin strayed from the path given to them by the Maker, they purged everything of the Maker. That included his temples and his followers.
Yes.
The Vimus weapons hold the martyred saints of the Maker from that time.
Oh. Oh.
And Brok gets up and heads out the front door.
Well.
Then he'll look at Delilah's mom. Do you have any questions?
And she's just standing in the foyer. She, like her daughter, is awesome because she's just standing, like leaning against the door frame, the archway. No, just interested in what's going on, really.
I imagine most of your questions have already been answered before you came back.
Yes. Although,
Well,
I do have one question, I think. Are you going to break my daughter's heart? And do I need to know that up front?
your daughter,
Loves you.
and there's the holy divine right that I was given whenever I came back. If she is willing to be a part of it, then I will not break her heart, because it'll be easier with her. But if she does not want to be a part of bringing the Maker back to this plane, then unfortunately I will have to leave her.
Hmm. Well,
But that is not a decision that has to be made today, as unfortunately we have to figure out this sickness first. We'll give her time to think about what she wants from her life, and if it is the same that I have been brought back for.
I'll see what I can do. And she just turns around, walks away. All-knowing mother.
All-knowing mother. She's like, I heard whispers of this in like the week that I was up there.
Yep.
You weirdo bastard.
Literally. And Aymer is still just sitting there. Well, you may have gained wisdom, but you're still just as good at being as blunt as you were before.
He remade my body, not
your
my
mind.
mind.
Yeah. So
He
you
told me
said.
that was for me to work on and for you to influence. Actually, wasn't the only one that said that. The Archangel said that as well. So whatever you are supposed to be doing or will become, apparently, is supposed to help me as well. Which is why it makes me mad that you ignore the tools given to you by divine right.
I understand that I'm supposed to become a leader. I respect that. But just as you still seem to be ignorant and foolish with your impatience and decision-making, I'm just a little more stubborn about the idea that I'm supposed to have a divine right when I've had nothing. I won't say nothing. Brok's had nothing. But I've had a lot of issues in my life. So, forgive me for not being gung-ho about being a leader when I was a drug lord and abused as a child. So, I'm sure you can understand my hesitancy. Right?
I understand your hesitancy.
Not all of us get trips to heaven, and it all makes sense, Tyrall.
No, they don't. That's why I am the priest and you are the leader. But one day, there will come a time to where you don't have a choice but to open yourself to that soul, and I'd prefer it to not be a shock whenever the day comes. I'd prefer you to already have a working relationship with it. Because you never know. Its story may not be so different from yours. Now, do you have any more questions for me?
Plenty, but I think one of us needs to go check on Brok.
Be better if you do.
All right.
I will help the missus set the table and get ready for what happens when Delilah wakes up.
Good luck with that one. And he just stands up and follows the path that Brok took out the door. Brok, what are you doing, buddy? Where'd you go? Aymer goes out. I'm sure it's probably late at night by this point.
Yeah, he didn't go far. He's just out in the front yard portion, probably pacing within the little fence line.
Yeah, little picket fence, yeah.
But yeah, probably by the time you get out there, you see him sit down, and he pulls out the daggers, and you see him kind of hunch over. And you've seen him do this before, so you know that he's going in to talk.
Okay, so then he'll just come and sit beside you. He won't say anything. So, are you wanting to talk to Emma and Ezra?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Emma. Ezra.
Yes, Brok. Yes, Brok.
Is that true?
Is what true, Brok? Yes, what is true, Brok?
Are you children?
And they kind of look at each other and they tilt their little chameleon heads. Children? Children? Yes, they say in unison. We were children, yes, we were children. Not anymore, though. No, not anymore. Not really, no, not really. We are servants of the Maker now. No longer sad children, no longer sad children. Orphans we were orphans. No parents at all. But the Maker, he loved us. And we loved the Maker. Yes, we did. We still love the Maker.
But he's trapped you in these daggers.
No trapping. No trapping, Brok.
Don't you want to be up there where it was so nice and you would meet people?
We were up there for a long time. Yes, we were. We had a lot of fun up there. But then he gave us a bigger purpose. Yes, he did, a bigger purpose. To help you, Brok. And that means more to us than being up there. Sometimes, to be a good friend, you have to be selfless and help. Sacrifice is what makes a good friend.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
You have no reason to be sorry, Brok. No reason to be sorry.
Does it hurt?
No.
If I know I've blocked some swords using you, that doesn't hurt you?
No, not at all. No, not at all. We are very strong. No pain anymore, Brok.
Good.
We are one with the Maker. There is no pain when one with the Maker.
I just wanted to make sure that you all were okay, that I wasn't hurting you when I throwed you or used the special powers.
No. Whatever happens to the daggers does not happen to our souls. We are not physical objects. We are what lives inside of the physical objects.
Okay. And you're sure that you're okay?
Better than ever, Brok. Yes, better than ever. Protected and happy. Safe.
Okay. And yeah, Brok just
Physically.
gets a big weight off his shoulders. He lets out a big sigh. Okay. That just surprised Brok a bit. He did not know what, I did not know.
It's all right, Brok. Yes, it's all right.
Brok is always learning.
Always learning. That's a
it's-
good thing.
It is good, but it can be a bit stressful sometimes because there's so much to learn.
So much to learn, so much to understand, and so little time to understand it all. Which is why we have faith. The Maker knows everything. He knows everything. So all the things you think you know, he knows even more.
Oh, he must have a big head. It's a lot of knowledge for one person to have.
He made it all.
Okay. Sorry to bother you.
It's no bother, Brok. No bother at all, Brok.
Can you tell the Maker that even though it was it was rash, that I think it is good that he brought her mama back. And thank you for letting him do that. Delilah is too special to be alone.
That's true. He already knows your gratefulness, Brok. He knows your heart. Yes, he knows your heart.
Can you do a favor? If you can?
If we can, yes, if we can.
Can you try to talk to the spirit in Aymer's sword? And maybe give him a little zap to let him know that it's there.
We can try, Brok. Yes, we can try. We think he already knows, though.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Remember, Brok, the only person who can get to Aymer is you.
Oh. Okay.
The stupid smile of his gets me every time. He's so cute.
And he'll
Yeah, Aymer's just reclining back, waiting for you to come back. So when you do, he's like, "Oh, that took a while."
Oh. Hi. Yes. Did you know about the spirits in the weapons? What they are or who they used to be? I mean, not specifically, but...
I had an idea because Uriah sort of told me when I went there the first time and left my sword. So I had an idea, though I did not know yours were what they were.
That took me by surprise.
I figured it might.
And, but, they're good. And they're happy. They're not trapped.
Good. I'm glad that you're feeling better about it. So you're not upset anymore?
No. Just had to get,
and he looks around and then leans in close to you.
how do you say that word? To get
Clarification.
Clarification.
There you go.
Yes.
Good job. Yeah. Clarification. Right. All right. As long as you figured it out and you've worked it out for yourself. You're getting better at that, Brok. You're growing up. You're maturing.
Thank you.
I forget how young he is. I'm gonna cry.
I'm doing my best. I was not given a lot of tools growing up on how to live.
No, but you've done a good job. And I'm sure your parents would be very proud of you. I'm very proud of you, Brok. You are a lot stronger and a lot more... You have a lot more mental fortitude than people give Lazamids credit for. So...
Well, that's more because of you.
And he gives you a little bump.
I can't. Well, that and also you've had to travel with Tyrall for a long time, and who but Tyrall could give somebody mental fortitude?
I have learned a lot from each of you. That is for sure. Mostly you and Tyrall.
Well, I believe by now the food should be ready. So
Ooh.
let's go inside so we don't upset Mother Dearest.
Yes.
And as we get up and start to head inside, and you feel a hand on your shoulder, and he kind of turns you towards him, and he stops.
Yes, Brok?
After dinner, we will come back out here.
All right. Did you want to watch the stars, or...?
I can do that.
All right.
But you have somebody that you need to talk to.
He just kind of looks around, looks outside like he's looking for somebody. If you're watching the stars, am I speaking to you?
And his tail, punk, punk, punk.
And he feels it moving on his hip, and he's like, Brok, I don't know if that's what.
Just once. That is all Brok asks. Just try it once.
Brok, you know that if you ask me, I'm going to have to do it. Why are you asking me?
And he'll put his hands together like this. And then he makes like as much of a puppy dog face as he can. And
Right.
it's like,
Because you are the best and the greatest.
All right. All right. Fine.
And if Brok can do it, then Aymer can do it.
All right, Brok. After dinner, we will come out here. I will try to speak to this stupid sword for you. Does that make you happy?
Yes.
Right. All right. Okay, let's go inside. Come on. He just kind of ushers you inside first because he's like, "You're not stopping me this time for another nonsense. We're going inside."
And then, yep, he goes inside and can't wait to eat this food. Oh, it's going so good.
Brok, since you were making it with her, what is it? What were you all making?
We're having a great like beef like a stroganoff stew. There's potatoes, carrots,
I do like me
um,
some stew.
and
Yeah.
with some side of some nice baked dinner rolls.
That sounds so
And
good.
Her mama knew a recipe that, did you know you can put cinnamon in butter?
And so she's whipped up that
The
nice
Texas
Roadhouse
butter. Hey yo.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, Texas Roadhouse rolls.
And yes, Brok got yelled at a couple times for licking the spoon.
It's really funny. But yeah, all the plates are set out, and there's one plate set out for Delilah, who is still not sitting at the table just yet. And as Aymer sits down, everybody's kind of sitting down at the table, just kind of quiet, because we're all waiting for Delilah to come, or somebody to be like, "I'll go get her." Nobody does. And so then finally, her mom is just like, "Tyrall, why don't you take her plate to her?"
Yes, ma'am.
And you pick her plate up and you walk down the hall and you knock on the door and there's no answer. You knock on the door and there's no answer. And you lean your ear against the door and you can hear that she's softly snoring. She is asleep still.
We'll back up to the kitchen. She's asleep. What do you want me to do?
I love how pathetic he is, even as a priest of the Maker. And she's not even looking at you. She's just eating her food leisurely. She's like, "Open the door and take it to her.
Like, wake her up?
Gently. Not like how you woke me up in a blaze of glory." And Aymer's like,
And he'll go back, quietly open the door. He'll turn the lights on. Oh, lighting the candles.
Yeah, light the
Yeah,
candles.
light the candles. And he'll have the plate in his hand. Look at her.
And there's like the
plate in his hand.
nightstand where there's enough room that you can set the tray on that or the plate or whatever it is. And she's like asleep. She has like maybe a blanket covering her up. But it does look like she definitely fell asleep near the end of the bed.
Ooh.
Like maybe her legs are still dangling off the bed or whatever.
She's just like poke her in the shoulder, just not like there.
Wow.
There.
Very good at this. You're very good at this.
I wake up, dinner's ready.
You are.
Are you alive?
You're great at this. after like a couple of pokes. Man, talking a lot makes you yawn. After a couple of pokes, she stirs a little bit and she opens her eyes. Tyrall? And she just kind of like rubs her eyes and sits up.
Dinner is ready. I brought you a plate in case you're not up to coming out to the dinner table.
How did you... Oh, right. I forgot. Guess Mama's not gone, is she, anymore?
No, her and Brok actually made dinner.
That's very sweet of them.
I should also apologize for doing that without asking you.
Well, you wouldn't be... I know you said you're different, but you wouldn't be Tyrall if you didn't do stupid stuff.
Body's different.
Right. You wouldn't be Tyrall if you didn't do stupid stuff, right?
My brain was still there, and he just kind of
formed a taller, stronger body around it. Yes. You're still the same dumb Tyrall on the inside.
That's what Aymer and Brok say.
Mm-hmm.
And I've only been back for like 4 days, and they were saying that within an hour.
That sounds about right. Well, I think I'll try to join you all for dinner. And she stands up and kind of like fixes her dress because she was sleeping hard. Girl is traumatized. She had to take a trauma nap. Stands up and she starts to walk out without grabbing the plate or anything. And she stops in the doorway and she's like, "Don't forget my plate, please." She walks back to the kitchen and sits down. Because the spot that's open is next to her mom. And she's like, I watched her die and buried her, and now she's chilling right here. Cool. So she sits down. She's a little uncomfortable, but she's there. And Aymer's like, "So, how was your nap? After the trauma?" And she's like, "It was fine, thank you. And I'm glad to see that everybody's eaten and that I guess Mama's cooked food for everyone. And I heard you helped, Brok."
Yes, this is delicious. Every time we come here, there's something new and wonderful.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I guess there's more if you want some.
Yes, please.
Right. But yeah, you all have a really good food, but a decent atmosphere to eat in.
Only slightly awkward.
Yeah, only slightly awkward, with a non-dead mother and a non-dead boyfriend at the table.
Thank you.
The only 3 normies here are the fox man, the lizard boy, and a half-elf woman.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, on that note, at least we're not dead anymore.
That's true.
Yeah. At least
But
we're not dead.
And yeah, during the dinner, Brok will ask Delilah questions like, have the dragons been a problem since we kind of dealt with them?
Yeah, and she would tell you that there hasn't been very many ones that have come by or anything, but when they have, she's dealt with them. Of course, because she's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. And she explains how things have been going and on the farm and everything, that she's not seen Armenia since you guys left either. She hasn't really talked to anybody. It's just been kind of what's been going on in her little world. But
and then also
when did the flowers start to overgrow? We saw them pretty good out in the field.
Yeah, the flowers have been getting a lot worse recently. I don't really know why. And I've been trying to dig them up and stuff, but they've just been harder. The roots are a little bit harder to get to. And when I do get to them, they're so difficult to um, uh, untether from one another. Their roots are very thick for such delicate-looking flowers.
Yes. And you're still washing food before you eat it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good, good.
Yeah.
On that note, that's part of the reason why we've passed through here. After I'd say, interrogation, we found out that there's somebody been working on an antidote to help in an antidote for the poison that these flowers are causing to the food.
Oh, really?
Yes. Unfortunately, it is being withheld for more malicious purposes.
Well, I don't know why I'm acting surprised. Everything you all do seems to be greater than usual.
So, we're on our way for that.
And
So-
where's that at?
Trinia.
Oh, I've not. Well, of course, I've never been there, but it's close.
So that's where we're on our way to. And if we find it, hopefully we can get it to the hands of somebody that can mass produce it and send it out.
That would be amazing. And do you know exactly what kind of antidote it is? Like, is it something that has to be handed out individually? Is it something we pour on the flowers themselves? Is it something we put in the grass, in the air?
We don't know yet.
No, we'll find that out when we get there.
And hopefully we are closing in on the source of the flowers.
Do you
We're
think?
hoping that the antidote will point us into a more concrete direction.
Well, all right. You all know you're always allowed back here. You need to. Can't promise what shape we'll be in by the time you come back, because clearly a lot has happened in your 6 to 8 month range. So, and hopefully, if you come back, and when you come back, I'm going to say when you come back, all of you all are still intact, and I don't have to ask where the other one is.
That would be very nice.
It would be. At least we come back in the way that you saw us last.
That's what I hope to.
Or bigger. Ah.
Well, some of you got bigger and stronger, but apparently died in the process.
Yes.
So, none of that anymore,
And he also got strange powers.
I would think, after turning into some kind of angel. So,
They're only strange to people that are
are
unfamiliar.
normal, are mortal, right? People who aren't from heaven.
I promise there's stranger stuff than just bringing people back.
I believe that. But for normal people,
For normal people, it's a little much. You can ask these two.
you can ask me. I'm even more normal than these two.
And I showed them actual heaven.
Please don't. I'm all right. I'm okay with what I know right now. I think my small little brain needs a little bit of a break. I can handle some dragons and I can handle some flowers that are a little weird, but I don't think I can stand seeing actual heaven.
Yeah, it freaked him out.
I can imagine it would.
This one was kind of meh. And then it got to him.
And Aymer's just eating. He's like, well, all right. You don't expect to be randomly plane shifted when you're in the middle of a forge. That's all I'm saying. And so when we were suddenly in heaven, it took me a minute to,
It was
understand.
A lot to see. It was not right for us to be there.
It's okay, Brok. As long as you're my guest there, it's fine.
as long as you're chilling with me, dog, it's all right.
It's all good.
But But yeah, we have dinner, and it's good.
Mm-hmm.
And we can either stay here for the night, because I'm sure it's getting late,
Well, yeah, it's dinner
or
time.
we can leave.
Yeah, stay here.
No.
We would have to stay on the train, and it would leave in the morning, but we could stay on the train.
No, we stay here, and because you have an appointment to uphold.
Oh, yeah.
And also, we may leave with fresh baked cookies.
Yes, that's true, too. Every time I do Delilah's voice, my personal accent gets worse, because that's all I do is like what I'm used to, like,
Yeah.
but just a little bit thicker from home. And so every time I do it, it just lingers and it gets so much worse. Anyway,
Nice.
but
Now, well, actually,
Is it all right if we stay here tonight? We do have a room on the train that we can head back to.
every time you ask me a question, I yawn. Well, of course, yes. That's what I said. You're welcome here anytime. And if you need to stay, then you can stay. Of course, you'll have to sleep on the couch and the floor again, but you're welcome to stay.
Okay.
Brock's little smile!
I get the couch.
Fair enough, Brok. Fair enough.
They're like, "Go get to the couch!" Slithers to the couch and like rolls up in it like a little roly poly. Yeah,
There's probably just enough room for Aymer on another kitchen.
yeah.
Tyrall will sleep on the floor,
Just like he did last time.
Yeah.
just like he did last time.
Because he was definitely too big for the couch last time. Now he's really too big for the couch.
Yeah, he's really too big.
Yeah.
You
Is he
monster.
too big for this house?
Yeah, or you monster of a man. How tall are you?
7 foot.
Good God, he's huge. No,
Yeah.
the house, I mean, you would be able to put your hand like this and it touched maybe the ceiling. There
am
are
too-
probably some doorways that you might have to
I am too
bend
big
a little
for this
bit,
house.
but it's like you couldn't fully extend your arm.
Yeah.
But yes, also, Brok isn't going to bed yet. He
Has an appointment to keep.
after dinner, he will help clean the dishes and stuff, and then he'll find Aymer, and he'll be like,
Are you ready?
And he looked like he was trying to like fall asleep on the chair to maybe get away with it. Like maybe if I fall asleep, maybe he won't wake me up. But you know he's not asleep. And he's like, "All right, yes, I'm ready."
Okay, let's go.
He follows you. He goes outside. And he just kind of stands there awkwardly and he's like, "All right, what do you want me to do?"
he takes out Aymer blanket,
Oh, yeah.
lays it on the floor.
Sit.
All right. And he sits down cross-legged.
And Brok sits down on the another portion of it.
Now,
All right.
you pull out the blade.
He unsheaths it. And he lays it in front of him. All right.
Keep it in your hand.
He picks it back up and he puts it in his lap.
Yes, that's
All
good.
right.
And then you close your eyes and you just kind of focus on the sword.
Close your eyes. Focus on the sword. And he's just kind of sitting there and his ears twitching every now and then. His tail just kind of through the
And-
grass.
And just let your mind clear. Don't listen to Brok or to the breeze. Just sit there and be. And Cyrus explained this a lot better, but it helps Brok to just picture yourself in an empty space.
All right. An empty space.
And then they will come to you.
Hmm. And how do you know when they've come to you?
because you will see them and you can hear them.
Right. And what if it doesn't? His eyes are still closed as he's asking this, just curious. He's not really shutting up. He's not good at that. And so what happens if they don't come to you?
Then you can try again another time. Since you like to talk, maybe your sword likes to talk. You could try talking to your sword.
You want me to talk to my sword, Brok?
Yes, you could be like, "Hello, how are you doing? How was your day? I ate awesome stew."
And you want me to have this conversation with my sword?
Yes.
An inanimate object?
Yes, because you see that thing right there, that little blobby bloop?
And he, like, opens one eye. Yeah? The symbiote sort of thing, yeah?
Yes, that is the spirit of your sword.
Right.
I
And it does kind of make like a waving motion when you say hi. All right. And he's just quiet. Doesn't say anything.
And Brok will kind of sit back, kind of lean back, look up at the stars.
And it's probably, I want to say like 15, 20 minutes that Aymer finally is like, all right, I feel like that's probably enough for now. Are you satisfied, Brok? I tried.
You tried.
And, you know, it was fine, I guess. And quiet. I don't know what's supposed to come to me, but I didn't get anything, so...
Oh, that's all right. Well, let's head inside. It's getting late.
Alright. And he will get up, put the sword back, fold up the blanket, hand it back to you.
He pats you on the head, mostly the hair.
Yeah, really, it's like... Also, that adds another inch because of all the hair. And it's so much longer now. I don't know. I know I've said it before, but I'm
Yeah.
saying it's so much longer now after that shampoo. Like, it when you all met him, it was like a little past his shoulders, and now it's like to his waist. It's very long. It's a lot of hair.
But he pats your hair, and he goes,
Thank you for trying.
You're welcome, Brok. I'll try again another time that it's not so late and I'm not so tired.
Yes.
That might make it easier. Who knows?
Maybe you need some of those sweet, sweet drugs.
Huh?
What?
What did you say?
Nothing?
To be fair, he did use drugs to get closer to Baldur. That was kind of his thing.
That's true.
So who knows? Maybe
But
a line of
Nope. Brok is not
Joe is
allowing
like,
that.
Nope, absolutely not. Nope.
Brok will cut your hand off
Oh,
and
dang.
then have him resurrect it back on.
I don't think that's exactly how that works, but it would be how Brok thinks it works.
That is how Brok thinks it works. Yes.
Tyrall, where are you at when they come back inside? Or what are you doing while they're outside?
I have been trying to help clean up the house. I imagine Mother Dearest is punishing me by making me do house chores.
She's actually very forgiving, honestly. She's just... Ignore that. I didn't just break the pen just because I like to fiddle with things. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. She's actually very forgiving to you. She just kind of has an air of, okay, darling. Okay, sweetheart.
Okay.
Give the boy a rest. But also, he is kind of dumb. But he does mean well, you know.
But
Like a
he's
mother.
Also kind of stupid.
Yeah.
He's a man.
No,
an
exactly.
idiot.
That's exactly right. But I would say When they walk back inside, are you in the kitchen? Are you in the living room? What are you doing?
Probably in the living room.
Okay. Will you roll a perception an insight check for me and add your religion? What?
14.
Really? Even though
I
you
rolled a 2 on the dice.
Holy moly! You can tell not very well, but when Aymer and Brok walk back in and Aymer goes to... Because he's going to sleep on the chair, I guess. One of the chairs. Actually, he kind of smooshes them together, like you do as a kid. There's something different. Not bad, but something different.
Adonis.
Yes.
Did he actually make contact?
Some kind. It would seem so.
Good. We won't bother him about it. That's for another day when he asks. And then Tyrall will be sitting on the couch until he gets booted off.
Yeah, I'm sure Brok just kind of like crawls onto the couch, looks at you expectantly, like, you gonna move or?
Tyrall will get up
Let's go, buddy.
off the couch. I'll look at you two. I'll look at Delilah and her mom and be like, is there anything else that you need from me before I do my nightly rituals?
No, I think all of us are trying to go to sleep now.
All right, then if you don't mind, I will take my leave outside for a time.
Right? And
And
Aymer
he'll-
goes over and starts tucking Brok in. He's like, I don't know why he had to say that. I mean, he's always had a nightly ritual as he's tucking Brok in.
Not tonight, but maybe while we're traveling, can you show and tell Brok the new maker way of your ritual?
I can. He'll-
Tyrall's like, oh.
You did show me Odin's, so I should learn the makers too.
He'll reach into his pocket and be like, Brock, my heart. And he'll pull out another STE version. And he'll set it down on the table. If Aymer would like to read to you, or if you would like to read for yourself. There you go. On his way out, he'll be like, oh, almost forgot. Madam, hand one to Delilah's mom. That one's for you as well.
Thank you.
And I will return shortly.
All right.
All right, I'll see you in the morning.
Aymer's just tucking Brok in. Put your head down and go to sleep. And then he dies. He immediately goes to sleep.
I'm not even.
Yeah, because he was super jazzed and didn't sleep the night before. He gone.
Yep.
And then Aymer gets into his push together 2 seats, and also is gone because he has not slept for like a week.
We're like, we're safe now.
Yeah.
We're good.
All right, Tyrall, where are you going? How far away are you going?
He's going into the field and like searching for where he buried that symbol of Odin.
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that. I would say roll me an investigation check with history. Because it's your own history. But you're looking for it.
It's 21.
Yeah, so I would think you'd, after a few minutes of searching, it was a pretty traumatic event for you. I think you would remember pretty well where it was at, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to find it pretty quickly.
Until dig it up. I mean, he
You're
won't
talking
touch
about
it.
the symbol of Odin, right? Like the...
Yeah, like what I wore around my
Okay, yeah.
neck that he buried out there to try to like keep the flowers away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Oh, not... Yeah. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
My thought was also, the skin of your back, but where you burned it.
No.
But I know what you're talking about now. Yes.
Yeah. No.
So where you buried that to keep the flowers away. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. He'll dig around, get down to it, but he won't touch it.
Mm-hmm.
He'll hold his hand out over it. He'll close his eyes and mutter a prayer. And then holy flames will shoot out and devour it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's gone, we'll pull out from his endless supply of little Bibles. And I'll throw it down in the hole and put the dirt back over top of it.
I mean, the Bible is the word, so
Nice.
it is the sword and thine shield.
Yep. No, bury back over top of it. And he'll kind of look around a little bit more. Over there. Then he'll come back inside.
Interesting.
Yep. What is that noise?
What?
It sounds like a siren going off. Is that a bird?
Yeah, there's a bird in the music.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like a wee 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 wee.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's a bird.
I've been
Okay.
trying to figure out what that is for like an hour.
I was like, a siren. I don't hear
Yeah,
anything that sounds like a
it's-
siren.
It's a bird that goes wee 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 wee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what? He'll come back inside. Ladies. The field behind Jiral's field.
Mm-hmm.
Who owns that?
Well, considering that it's mostly trees behind us, what are you talking about?
Is there anybody to purchase that land from?
No, I'm pretty sure it's just wild forest land.
So it's up to be claimed.
I mean, I suppose so. There's no reason. It's just wild forest land. Why do you ask?
Eventually, I'll need a place to start up a church to train other priests. And this is the most familiar place that I have other than my hometown and where the circle is.
So you want to build a church to the maker in my backyard?
If that's okay.
I guess it's all right.
All right.
And she looks more like, okay, Tyrall, that's fine.
Yay!
It's
I get to build my church.
like, yes, right next to the pretty
Yes.
lady.
Yes. So, all right, then how do you stake a claim to land?
I mean, you build on it, just like we built our house and the farm.
All right. Well, good night. And then I'll go back outside.
Oh. And then because Delilah's the one talking to, and her mom again is just always just enough away to give people a time to talk, and she's like, "That one's kind of stupid, isn't he?" She's like, "Well, him being a little stupid does make up for me being a little bit not stupid, I guess."
It's got to be one smart one.
Yeah, they do say opposites attract, after all. You and Daddy were very different, and then her mom's like, "And how?" So,
Tyrall goes out to that nice little plot of trees.
That he destroyed?
No, that one was further back.
No, okay.
Yeah, that one was like.
Yeah, it's literally just
That
like
one was pretty
unbridled
far.
forest
No, he was
behind
like.
her.
If you were outside, you wouldn't have heard him going on his rampage. Far
Like
away.
the land from where the town is, like way past her house, is just unbridled forest. It's just a lot of forest land.
But he will go out into that forest back there, and he will dig a little hole. All right. When my first duties are done, he'll say this in like a prayerful manner. When my first duties are done to the people of this realm, this will be the foundation of the church that we will bring your name back. With that, I dedicate this land to you and for those that serve you. And he will bury the piece of brick that he took into the ground, and he will spend the rest of the night casting Hallow throughout the forest.
Neat.
Yep.
That was not what I thought you were going to use that for, so you did surprise me. And also, I would like to point out that the thing that I wrote down that you did not mention that I would have put money on, you surprised me.
Ooh.
I said that you were going to mention Arminius again to her. Because you mentioned Delilah to him, and I would have thought that you would have gone full force about that and would have mentioned Arminius to her. But then you saw her and you said, nah, nah.
She's mad.
Yeah, that's mine. He said, I can't do that. I brought her mom back to life. Listen, he can build you nice furniture and stuff. I brought your mom back from the dead. I win.
Your dog Wolfie, he's back.
Yeah. Your dead mom, never gonna die again. Guess what? I can keep bringing her back.
Whoop. Whoop. Oh no, my wife died. Whoop.
As long as you don't die.
It's pretty fair. It's pretty fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll spend the rest of the night. Probably, I'm not about to say the rest of the night. Probably like 3 a.m. he'll head back.
Okay.
So, but he'll literally just be pacing.
Yeah.
You know,
In
doing
a
like,
ritualistic
perimeter
casting
way, yeah.
of Hallow
Plotting out the land.
all around. Like
Yeah, and the
marking
land-
trees and everything.
The land itself starts to glow, like a holy light. It's almost like it comes from the underneath the ground, so the ground itself isn't illuminated. Like you can still see the ground. It's just like peeking through some of the grass pieces and the dirt and all of that.
If anybody watches, because like when Tyrall casts holy magic, he glows.
Mhm.
So it's just like a glowing figure, just like walking through.
Yeah,
the
I'm sure that the
trees.
dragons are like, huh, as they're
What's
walking
going
by.
on now? Why is it everything weird's over there?
Yeah, the dragons are like, what the freak? I'm just trying to eat, man. It's freaking weirdo.
That mean redhead keeps beating us, huh?
Now our
And-
dumb boyfriend's out here trying to hello our ground.
Now there's some like light angel just pacing around. That was my favorite pooping spot.
But 3 a.m, he'll come back in.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware,
Everybody's
everybody's asleep. Aymer's
Yeah.
gone.
Yep.
Aymer's like arm thrown over one of the arms of the chair, his tail flopped over the other, one of his ears keeps flicking
One
because he's
foot's
dreaming.
up, the other one's backrest.
Yeah. Like one of his ears keeps flicking because he's having a dream.
Brock's just tucked in all nice and tight.
Yeah, Brok is snug.
He's out, man.
Yeah, and he's sleeping so well, it's that kind of sleep where he doesn't move. You don't
Yep.
toss and turn, you just wake up in the same position you went to bed in. And Aymer's sleeping so well, he's that gone, where he's like twisted up in a knot.
And it's been long enough. Would Delilah's mom be up since
Probably.
she only has to
have 4
hours?
hours, yeah.
Yeah.
But she might be in her bedroom still.
Yeah, just like chilling, just like now what?
Yeah, she might be reading or something, yeah.
Hopefully reading that good book I gave her.
You know, I would think that she'd be a believer now.
She's
Yeah.
in there.
Can't
She's
come
in
back,
there.
not a believer.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, he'd go to his corner
There is a very nicely made pallet for you on the ground of
pallet.
blankets and sweet pillows.
Aw. Yeah, he'll just
Yeah.
pass out.
Nice.
That's what you do after a long, hard day.
Of
You pass
upsetting
out.
people and then hallowing ground.
It's a hard process.
It's a hard life being an angel.
I mean, the hallowing, that would be exhausting.
Yeah, it would be.
Channeling all that energy
Yeah.
through. Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah, constantly for hours and hours upon end with speaking constantly because you'd have to.
Yep.
It's not like you could take a break and be like, all right, now I'm going to rest my vocal cords. No, it's
Nope.
the dedication part that kind of,
It's- yep.
makes it work.
They don't call you a saint because you wimp out.
Yeah. They don't call you a saint because you let your vocal cords rest. But I would say, especially after your 4 hours, Aymer and Brok have been asleep a lot longer than you have. I would say everybody probably wakes up about the same time. Unless,
Yeah.
unless Brok, you're just wanting somebody to wake you up.
Nope. He's gotten in a pretty good routine of waking up a little
That's true,
early so
yeah,
he can
yeah.
do exercises and
Yep.
training.
And we all wake up to the smell of breakfast because her lovely mother is awake making us food.
We get some biscuits and gravy and some fried eggs.
Yep, and bacon
nice,
and nice toast and some of that cinnamon butter and biscuits that are left over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Screw the campaign and saving people. I'm staying here.
God, you're cool, but also you made this woman who makes good food,
Have
and
you
I
had
want to stay
cinnamon butter
here.
before?
Listen, I don't know if you've had cinnamon butter before, God, but it is.
He's like, I'm the one that told her to make it.
Yeah, I'm the one who literally made those ingredients. Yes, I've had it. What do you mean? But yeah, so Aymer wakes up and
Brok gets up. He'll do some exercises until they're like, okay, breakfast is ready.
yeah, I'm sure you wake up and Aymer's still asleep, but he's waking up. So like his ear is twitching, and then like his tail flips out, and then he like sits up.
I imagine Tyrall would be outside working out with him.
Mhm.
But it's workout time. Leisure. So he's only got his priest pants on.
Oh yeah.
And he's out there with like
Man.
one of the cows just like
When you're, I don't know, a Greek god, I guess you
Yep.
can do that.
just like laying down in the front yard with the cow.
A poor cow. It's just like, like, why is this happening to me?
It's okay, Lauren. They'll be done soon enough.
He grabs some pigs.
Brock's like, wait, I want to do that, and tries to pick up the cow. Never mind, I don't want to do that.
And yeah, just doing the good exercises out front.
Not a namer thing.
And yeah, since you're rocking it, Brok will do the same. He's going shirtless too.
Oh, Brock. Yeah, punk. You would notice that Brok is very much more
More bulked.
beefed.
Toned.
Not nearly in the same way you are, though.
Brock's like,
No.
look at me. I'm getting buff and I'm over there like training for like
Yeah.
Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
You're more like an Olympic runner, like a track star built,
Yeah.
or like a gymnast.
I'm kind of thinking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, like big beefy build. And
I'm thinking like
then-
Henry Cavill level, like big but not absurd.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
like Henry Cavill is a big man.
yeah.
He could crush my head between his arms,
And
like
then
big man.
Yeah, if
but
you've
not-
if you've seen Fight Club, I mean how ripped Brad Pitt
Yes.
and Edward Norton were. In
Yeah,
those.
but they're not like
It's
Mr. Universe big,
Yes,
like
it's very
ridiculous looking.
toned,
Yes,
yeah, and
they're
that's-
very muscular,
yes.
idealistically,
Defined.
right?
Yes.
Realistically muscular.
I imagine Tyrall is like, he's about the size of the mountain from Game of Thrones.
Who?
The mountain on Game of Thrones?
I
Oh.
didn't watch Game
Well,
of
he's
Thrones.
almost like 7 foot tall in strongman
yes,
competitions.
Gunther, Jethro's brother.
Oh,
that
yeah,
picture,
yeah,
that
yeah.
guy that he's with, that's
Yeah.
the mountain.
Oh my
Yes.
god! Well, Alan Richardson is huge. That
Actually,
man is
That's actually, I think that's a better Tyrall.
That's what I'm
depiction.
thinking.
Yeah.
like I think I showed you him. There's a picture of Henry Cavill shaking his hand. He makes Henry Cavill look like a 5'10" man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, body, like, size and everything.
That's terrifying.
He's huge. He's so big. He is so large.
How much that man must eat.
He is so big. But that's what I imagine Tyrall looks like now. Like, I don't even know. How tall is this man? Yeah, he's 6'5". He's freaking massive. This guy is huge. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I imagine. Big beefy dude.
Mm-hmm.
And you're more like a gymnast, sort of.
And then
Look at me on my balance beam.
Yeah. I'm sure somebody will come out and get us when breakfast is ready.
Yeah.
Head in.
Aymer comes out like
Yeah, Aymer doesn't work out. That's not Aymer's thing. Aymer runs.
no,
That's
Aymer's
about
like,
it.
I expect you to be shirtless, but why are you shirtless?
Yeah, he comes out and his hair is all a mess because he just woke up and he's like, why aren't we wearing shirts?
They're restricting.
Tyrall wasn't, and so I was going with the vibe.
Right. Why don't you put your shirts back on? Because breakfast is ready.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And
he just turns around, goes back inside.
Yeah, but before you turn to head back inside, Brok right by you.
Yeah, because Aymer's still very groggy from being asleep.
and you mentioned food, and Brok is there.
Yeah, Brok didn't even put his shirt on yet. He was like slithering into his shirt
like,
as he's running. Yeah. Yep.
And it's that nice pristine shirt that he got from the Allmothers. And
Nice. The one he
yeah.
stole. We love it when Brok does that.
That he does.
Mm-hmm.
We shall eat breakfast.
And
Oh, well, for Tyrall, I guess would be nom nom nom. There you go, Brok.
and yeah, we probably finish up, get ready, start packing up to head out to make it to the train station.
Mm-hmm.
Brok will go up to Delilah, and
I can't promise anything because you never know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the next time we come, I hope that there are no surprises.
I would appreciate that, Brok. If you could help it, that would be nice.
Also, you might want to give your cow Lauren a special treat as she was lifted today.
What are you talking about, Brok?
Tyrall used her as exercise weights.
Tyrall, where are you using my farm animals as exercise equipment again?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
I gotta stay juicy. It just pulls down to, it makes the shirt tire just juicy.
Right. I'll make sure she gets some extra carrots for the trouble.
She didn't seem to hate it.
I'm sure she didn't mind all that much, but still. She's not exercise equipment, Tyrall. She's work equipment.
I also used the pigs as dumbbells.
Oh my god. Of course she did.
And played tug of war with the horses.
Oh, that was actually honestly probably good for him. That one was. So, thank you for that one. Now, don't you all have somewhere to be?
Yes, we need to get going. Don't want to
Yeah,
get
that train
left
will not wait
behind.
for us.
Well, not as far as I'm aware. Not that I've ever been on it. And she turns around and she, of course, has a folded up thing of leftovers and cookies for you. As always. Of course, you're not going to go anywhere without your leftovers and your cookies.
Yes. The
Thank
cookies.
you, Delilah.
You're welcome, Brok. And she gives them to you and she kisses you on your little snoot. So Patrick, when Mindy says his name. Yeah, exactly. That's easy. You're Patrick Star.
Did you see my underwear? Did you want
Did you
to?
want to? Oh man, I love SpongeBob so much.
Oh man.
But Aymer's like, all right, let's get out of here.
Oh, yes, because Brok also wants to make a quick stop at the flowers. I want to take a couple of them.
You mean the ones we saw in the
Out in the
Field?
field? Yes.
All right. All right, I suppose that's fine. Then we really need to go because I'm sure the train's about to leave. We've lingered a little too long because we enjoyed breakfast a little too long. So we gotta go.
Yes, we do have to go. Hopefully, next time that we see you all, it will be with good news. News of some type of cure.
Well, one can only hope, right?
Yep.
And also, again, just to make sure the point got across that none of you all die in between the time that I see you again, right?
Yes.
All
No
right.
surprises.
Right. Emphasis on you, Tyrall.
I won't die again.
All right.
Or maybe I'll come back bigger.
Or maybe you just don't die.
We'll go with that one.
All right. But she waves you all off.
Thank you for the
We'll
leftovers.
come back and not be dead this time.
That would be preferable. Thank you. And Aymer's like, well, now, that just did not... It didn't go the way I expected.
You thought she was going to murder me.
Yeah.
She
Thought
did
you-
slap you pretty good.
Yeah, well, not as good as he made it look.
You noticed.
Well, I noticed then, and then when Brok slapped you, it was like,
That hurt.
it didn't even do anything to you, and Brok is now stronger than her, so...
Fair enough. Now we need to go get Brok some flowers and get to the train station.
Yeah.
So, like, as soon as we get out of the gate...
Huh?
Yep, they'll grab
Wings?
both of you. Wings come out and
Oh.
it takes off.
Oh my lord.
Plant you down in the field. Yeah. Plant you down in the field. Get your flowers.
And Aymer's like, oh, whoa, whoa. Huh? Alright. Brok, get your flowers. And he's like real disoriented, like, whoa. Oh my god.
Getting flowers.
They are extremely difficult. I'm gonna need you to roll a strength check for me.
Strength. 9.
Yeah, you're not able to get anything. They're difficult.
24.
24 for strength?
Yep.
Yeah, so with that combined, I'm sure that you make a little bit of a dent, but then you come in and you take one of his daggers, not his Vimus daggers, but like maybe the other dagger or something.
No, just...
Oh, you just reach in and rip it?
Yep.
You're not going to be able to reach in and just pull it out by sheer strength. You're going to have to cut it. I mean, it's a thick... Because it's just going to keep pulling up the earth. Like, it's tangled with other ones.
Mhm.
Well, then I'll just do that and let him start hacking.
Okay.
I
works.
just need like 1 or 2. Come on, use those muscles.
Why don't you just take a dagger and... Oh, are you not allowed to?
No.
That was never the same teaching in heaven. But if you don't want to, that's up to you.
He doesn't have anything on him.
Yeah, but you can use just like his regular
Yes.
dagger, or one of Aymer's regular daggers.
Yes, I still have this stiletto that Aymer
Wait
bought
a minute,
me.
somebody still has my axe.
None of us? Well, I think Aymer might have it because it was on Cyrus's pack.
Give me my axe. The axe that I never used. The axe that was for a purpose that wasn't... Oh, yeah, it's still clad in silver. Brock, don't look at this.
Why?
And you're able to get 1 or 2 off for Brok.
All right. We'll hang on tight. Now go, mush.
I'll look at you, just
He's not wrong.
and set us down right on the platform.
Yep.
Whoa. That's,
I don't.
it's going to take some getting used to. Let's not
don't-
travel like that very much.
His eyeball stretching.
And yet he like kind of massages his eyes to get them back to the proper place.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get used to that. And Aymer's hair is just like it is everywhere.
Huge.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go. Come on.
I paid for the trip to Trinia.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So you would have gotten a ticket all the way to Trinia. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to reason in my brain was if you got off the train and got back on the train, you would have a ticket still to all the way to Trinia,
Yes.
not somewhere else. So yes, that's fine. So we get on the train and we once again travel by train.
Wait a minute, clickety clack, clickety
And
clack,
that's
clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety
from-
clack.
Still Artiarna, basically, to Windsor, and then I believe. Excuse me while I look at my map because I have already got them. I really need to hang this up somewhere in here so that I can.
We need to have a board that you can just like tug down.
Yeah, like a...
Ooh,
yeah.
That's what we need.
I guess I could technically hang this up behind me. It's not like it would matter. Yeah, so it would go from where she's at to near Windsor and then down to Fainrisk. So that will be our next stop. It'll take about so that would be about what did I say? From Delilah's from the capital of Artiarna to Windsor, I said was what, like 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then from where Delilah's at to Windsor would be like a half a week, maybe a week. And then from Windsor to Fainrisk would be another week.
A week and a half.
Yeah, a week and a half.
Week and a half.
That's wild. That's so much time. But this is a huge
a
continent.
train.
It's
It's
a
a huge
huge
continent.
continent. And so really to travel that fast on a train to a
Vinic
different
be praised for this mode of transportation.
literally, it was
Mhm.
revolutionary for these people. So yeah, it will take us that long. Does anybody want to do anything, or would we like to just skip to where we are at?
No,
capital.
Brok has things to do.
Brok has things to do.
Yes.
Brok,
Um,
what thing are you trying to do? Are you trying to get Aymer to...
So he'll who would he call over for this? Yeah, probably just he'll get both of you.
Yeah.
And he'll have the flowers on one of the tables in the lounge, and he'll be like tugging on them.
What you doing, buddy?
Well, Delilah said something interesting that lately they've been more sturdy and tangled and harder to get rid of. And
Well, it did look like that stem was a lot bigger than some of the ones we have seen, right?
Normally I could just pluck them out of the ground.
Right.
And I mean, yes, it has, it had overgrown some since we left, but I thought we had purged her field of them before leaving last time. And so I just wanted to see if we could see anything different with them. Do you all see anything?
No.
And he'll be like using the stiletto to kind of like shave the root to see what the under part looks like.
No, I mean, it looks fairly similar. Maybe this one's a little bit bigger and that other one right there is a little bit smaller, but they all look the same to me. Tyrall, you're the one with god magic.
Yeah, can you sense anything
Here's
different?
the flower if anybody'd like to have a prop.
Yes.
Hang on. I know what I'm going to do.
Oh, my butt hurts.
Where are you? I'm going to use legend lore on this thing.
Ooh.
I forget what you guys have sometimes.
Legend lore, the bane of every DM's existence.
Yeah, you know what? In 5.5, they should have gotten rid of that. If they were going to do anything, that's what they should have done. All right.
So yes, now back to my... Oh, where am I?
You're on the train.
No, I'm looking through my spell list.
I know, you goob.
They need to get rid of legend lore. I hate that thing.
Legend lore.
Again, tell me what that does. I know, but I like to know exactly what it says because then
Yeah.
it makes it a little bit easier.
Name or describe a person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. The lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. If the thing you named isn't of legendary importance, you gain no information. The more information you already have about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. The information you learn is accurate, but might be couched in figurative language. For example, if you have a mysterious magic axe on hand, the spell might yield this information. Woe to the evildoer whose hand touches the axe, for even if the haft slices the hand of the evil one, only a true child of
Lord,
stone,
have
lover and beloved
mercy.
of Moradin,
Okay.
may awaken the true powers of the
Oh,
axe and
sweet
only
Lord.
of the secret word.
We get it, Tyrall. Stop,
Sweet
stop,
Lord. So by my calculations, this thing has to have been some kind of a legend, like history, to get some kind of history on it.
Which somebody knows the history, so it's out there.
Somebody knows the history, but is that person on this plane of existence, and can you reach that knowledge?
Ooh.
I don't know. That's why I'm casting it.
Right. And what I'm figuring is if nobody on this plane of existence knows any history about these things, you're not going to be able to garner that. Or anybody that is not on this plane of existence that you have any tether to. So, yeah, buddy, that's a flower. Which I'm sure is very unsettling to you. Because you're one with the maker, and you can't get squat on that flower.
All right, guys. Some bad news.
Oh, and more?
I just tried to use some of my, heavenly powers to gain some type of history on this, which means that anybody on this plane or the maker's plane I'd be able to get some information, and yeah, there was nothing.
Oh, well, I guess that's not so bad.
Could just be normal. I mean, I know it's not a normal flower, but
With my sight, does this look any different to me?
the flower itself does not look any different. Let me think. I think you'd probably be able to more see details of well, no, not really. Because it's not demonic in any sense. And that's really the kind of aspect you would have is anything religious.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the flower itself isn't of any kind of demonic essence. So,
Oh. No.
and I can give you, I mean, a little bit. It's nothing important, but there are people that have seen the flower before, but it would basically sum up to you knowing that it's a flower that is titled as an invasive species. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you know the Viscount, and he has history knowledge of it not always being, as far as he knows, on Indigo North.
Yeah.
So, because he lived in a world where at least he didn't see it. So that's the reason why they're titling it an invasive species, is because maybe it was in the forest before, but now it's growing, and it's growing rapidly, and it seems to be in, coalition with this sickness, but nothing you've not couldn't have thought yourself or been told yourself by someone else.
So I don't have anything concrete to tell you. What I have is a theory. That is, as what I'm theorizing, is as these people are getting closer to their plan going into full fruition, whatever is powering these flowers is ramping up the energy to make them grow more, be more potent, something of that nature.
When you say people, what are you talking about?
The people behind the coup plan.
Like my father?
Yes.
Interesting. Right. So you're thinking that they have some kind of tie to the growth of these plants, in a way.
I think so.
Interesting. So we're talking, and it's going to sound crazy, but biomedically engineered and forced genetic planting.
That is, would be my best guess.
I mean, my father does have ties with some pretty smart people.
Hopefully this guy with the supposed antidote can tell us more.
And there's a lot of alchemists out there that are very high in what they do. Arminius isn't the only Teslavinic in the world.
Maybe one of them is out for the wrong stuff.
Probably.
And we should go find this man as fast as we possibly can.
At least get some answers.
And we'll start with the man making the antidote.
Right. Okay, so we will chug our way along.
Yep. Brok continues his research on the flowers, his own little science expedition in the most Brok way. So he'll...
If I dip it in water, will it die?
He'll conjure his psychic dagger and stab the top of the flower. And then,
I mean, other than when you do it, it does that normal, bzz, like the little...
Yeah.
It has some weird...
That reminds me of something I wanted to
force
do with
field.
Brok last time.
Huh?
That reminds me of something I wanted to do with Brok last time, and I didn't.
Do you want to do it now?
When he's done with his
Well,
stuff.
yes, but
Yeah.
I just...
And then Brok will... he's just mulling things over as best he can, and he's like,
Okay, you pour water on the food to get rid of it. Or maybe if I pour water on the flower, that'll do something.
and I'll pour water on the flower.
It pretty much reacts the same way as a normal flower. I mean, because you have to think rain, and it doesn't dissolve in rain. So it just kind of, the petals collect it, and it kind of drizzles off. Although this one is a little bit weirder when most of the water drizzles off, and, the droplets that are still on there just kind of, like, slip into the little bulb there. Like, it's, like, drawn to the middle, and it's almost like it sucks it up into the center. But there's no root anymore, but it doesn't seem to, like, drip out of the flower.
Oh, that was weird.
And
I do want to remind you of the last time you all had a flower that was separated, and you put it in a jar, and it was, like, water in the jar, and it, like, immediately grew roots and, like... symbioted into the jar.
Yep, that's what I'm recalling. But that was during our one shot, so our Brok and
I could
crew...
have swore that was Cyrus that figured that out.
No.
No, because I remember you making
Really?
the comment of
I could have swore that was
yes,
Brok.
you all have learned more about the flower in
Oh,
this.
yeah.
in
Well,
this
there you go.
one-shot
I'm
than,
reminding Patrick and Jonas then, because I could have swore that was Cyrus that found that out.
Nope.
Wow, my brain.
Yeah.
Can't always remember everything.
Nope.
Oh, well, at least Jonas remembered it.
And so I we'll clarify. I did not metagame.
No,
to
no,
make
that
this
was
happen.
no, that was definitely something that we
I,
learned in a one shot.
Yes.
That who was it? That what was it? Who
It
did you
was
play?
Elgar.
Yeah, that figured that out.
Mm-hmm.
It was definitely in another one shot that we did with
Which takes place
in
this.
Siovana
Yes.
on Indigo North.
And it's
In
this
Artiarna specifically.
investigation is all due to Delilah, because if she had not said anything about
Washing the crops.
well, no, if she had not said, "Oh yeah, they seem sturdier" and stuff like that,
Mhm.
Brok would have just been like, "Oh well, yeah, those flowers they spring up."
That's
But then
crazy.
but it was like, "Ooh, what?
They're
They're
stronger
they're
now.
getting stronger." And so yeah, if anyone else is out in the lounge, he will call them over.
Yeah, I'm sure Aymer is just like playing with some like Gambit does with his cards. He's just like playing with some of his cards. They're just throwing up and they're with his magic and doing some flips and stuff and returning to his hand.
Aymer,
And Tyrall's probably just in a corner, being Tyrall.
guys,
Yep.
there is something weird about the flowers. I don't remember this.
Well, Brok, and Aymer's not like he's like reclining back like along the length of the couch with his feet like crossed over one another, hand behind his head, and playing with the card. And he's like, "The flowers are weird by nature, so I don't know. Got to be a little more specific, buddy."
I poured water on it, and I mean, of course, a lot of it kind of spilled out and over, but some of it like seeped down into the flower, but it didn't come out the other side.
Oh. Are you sure? And he just kind of gets up and walks over.
Here, watch.
And he'll kind of move it over to a drier spot, and he'll pour a little bit so it recreates it.
And it does. I mean, like the obviously falls off, and then whatever's left over, right into the center. And Aymer's like, "Well, doesn't that defy the laws of gravity?" Weird. All right.
Tyrall will come over, saying it's absorbing the water.
Yeah, like it's going right into the bulb.
He'll grab like a glass of wine that he's been nursing.
It does not do the same thing with the wine. The wine just kind of seeps off and just kind of stays there.
So it knows the difference between liquids.
That's unsettling.
It is unsettling.
Sentient of some sort.
Where did it go? I have something for... Do I have two different ones? Ooh. Guess I just have the one. If...
We'll get there
Yeah,
sometime.
You said it went into the bulb.
Yeah, so it like
Yeah.
if you hand me the flour, I'll show you like my thought process. So like you pour it onto the flour. I'm sure
Yep.
that you can see it in the camera too. You pour it onto the flour, and when it hits some of the petals, of course, the majority of it falls off. But
Yeah.
there's like the leftover droplets, and
Yes.
they kind of roll like defying
Towards-
gravity.
yeah.
Roll towards the bulb and kind of get sucked up into the bulb and down like into like the base of the flower as well.
Yeah.
Almost
well,
like it's drinking the water.
Yeah, while he's thinking and searching, Brok will squeeze the bulb to see if like it
You
shoots
said
out any
squeeze the bulb
water.
and this fell off. No. I say bulb. I don't know what the middle, I don't know what this thing is, but
Yeah, that worked.
that's what it looks like.
a bulb is the flower non-opened.
Yeah, but I didn't know if like the middle was still called that. I don't know.
I don't know.
Just
The middle part of the flower where the pollen is.
it is the pollen, huh? Well,
it
yeah, then
might
that's what
be-
I'm talking about.
Yeah, it might be called the stem.
Well, this is
maybe?
the stem. I
Oh.
should probably know that as the DM, but you know, this is
No.
why I have visuals.
Yeah,
I'm not a know-it-all. I really don't know it all.
I don't really know a lot about different types of guns, and I just during the high table, I just threw out one. Was just like, yeah, it's this kind of gun, and Patrick was like,
It do be like that sometimes. You just gotta make it up. Like,
Yeah.
being a DM doesn't mean you know everything about everything. It means that you have an idea about everything.
It's like whenever Jonas chooses the cars we're using in the high table, and I'm like, ugh.
It's really funny.
I figured out what I want to do.
oh,
And this is a very big long shot,
Oh, okay.
but he's out of options. He doesn't.
Yeah, I
he
mean, you
doesn't
just
know what
try
else
it.
to
Just
do.
you don't know what
He
you
doesn't
might
know what
get.
else to do. He's going to
Every
take
time
the
you
flour from
do
Brok.
something and you think you know what you're doing, sometimes you don't
Yep.
get stuff. But when you randomly do something and I'm like, yeah, that's actually pretty smart.
He will take the flour from you, Brok, and he
Mhm.
will. Okay. He'll cup it in his hands. He'll kind of fold it up. Maker, help me out here. Maker, just give me an answer. And like the inside of his hands will glow really, really, really bright because he is like trying really hard. And he is casting Purify Food and Water or Food and Drink at like the 6th level. Just like,
oh,
He's got me behind that thing.
yeah, just like it's like a really intense blinding light in between his hands. He's just like,
my eyes.
Maker, help. Oh, please, something. And whenever he's exhausted, the energy just.
Hmm.
Ooh, she's
I'm
thinking.
curious. That's such a. This is where DMing is really interesting because then you have to be like, what would that do? I didn't even think about that.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. It's interesting. I'm sorry. This is
No, you're
because it
fine.
will literally change. Like if something
It's-
happens, it changes all lore. So I have to be really careful with what it could do.
No, yeah, you're good. You're fine. We understand. We are DMs.
So when you do that and you're purifying food and water, because this is where spells and D&D 5e just kind of for me. When you do that, the water seems to start to trickle out again, defying gravity from that little bulb
Ooh.
pollen area out of the root and off the flower. And the water is a little bit more shimmery now because you've purified it from the maker. It is holy water now. So nothing happened to the flower itself, but the water that went inside the flower is almost like the flower is now rejecting the water instead.
Interesting.
It's
What'd you do there?
yeah.
I prayed really, really hard and casted Purify Food and Drink. And now
So
it
you
seems
made
to be
holy water.
rejecting the water. Yes. So what I'm thinking is if I can train enough priests, we can purify and turn all the water and rain into holy water, and they might eventually die.
But nothing happened to the flower. It just rejected the water.
Yeah, but if it can't have any water because all the water's been turned holy.
I mean, that's very ambitious, but how long is it going to take you to train enough priests to do all that?
It depends on how fast I can find enough zealous people.
Right. And train them properly to purify water, which I don't know if we have the time for. But that is a very ambitious thought, and I do appreciate it. And at least we know now.
Yes. And the water that got pushed out, Brok.
Brok,
He tastes it.
it burns your tongue, Brok.
Oh,
Yep, that's definitely holy water.
okay. Yes, let's not do that again.
Listen, He'll take it and like pour the water out into the wine glass. Let's not. I won't purify your drinks. How about that?
That would be appreciated. Yes. Here, and I'll pull out a jar. Let's put that in there.
And so you have two, you said how many flowers? One or two
He got
flowers?
2.
Okay. And do you put them both in there or just one?
Yeah, probably both, because just to keep them together and.
And do you put water in there? Or is it just the flower?
No,
in
yeah,
the jar?
just the flowers.
Okay. Oui.
I was. You have anything else?
Oh, I was just going to say good job.
Yeah.
That was some good quick thinking.
I mean, it was very nice of you to keep working on it, Brok. You found something new that we didn't know. So good job.
Which led us to do more experimenting.
Right.
It's very,
Yes.
very good, Brok. You've grown a lot.
Thanks.
And like,
You have to.
Well, that's fair. Did he
Like-
do the growing himself, though? Or was it,
no,
or was it, done for him?
it was done for me.
Right.
Yes.
Anyway, you were saying?
I'll say like 2 or 3 days later.
You don't have anything else you want to do, right?
Nope.
Brok, you
Yes.
remember how before I died, I had a conversation with your vampire lord.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Could we try doing that again?
We can. I have a feeling that it won't work. I don't know if I told you. I told Aymer, I think. I don't know if you were there. But I went to talk with him. And as we were talking, he got scared of something that was behind me.
No, not. I want to talk to the vampire, not the demon thing, the tiefling.
Oh.
Because I was still
Yeah.
dead at that point.
Yeah.
Flint was with you all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe it was because you were trying to see something, and instead of seeing
Because yeah,
your
usually
usual vampire lord, you saw the
Mm,
tiefling instead.
That's right.
The honestly, the 2-week break does start to jumble things after a while. It makes it difficult to remember.
It does a little bit. We'll get better.
Oh my god.
But yes, we can give it a try.
All right. And he'll stab me.
Stab me. Yeah. So you stab him?
Indeed.
He made the sound effect.
So you are stabbed. Let me see if I can find better music for this instance. What is this? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Can you give me something? Is that good? Sorry, I don't always have music prepared.
You're good.
You
You're
know.
good.
Sure. Well, actually, what does this sound like?
What does it sound like? Does it sound like suspense? Does it sound like Tyrall doing something stupid again? I bet it does.
Always.
What about you? What about you out there, listeners? What music would you choose for Tyrall doing something stupid? Would you, I don't know, have like the Barney theme song going?
That's really funny.
Elmo's World.
Yeah.
What is it? What is Tyrall's stupidity music?
It's that one meme song that's like
It's probably the tomfoolery from SpongeBob.
that too. That's really fun. Yeah. That one or the one that's oh man. That one all the time. That's what I would imagine. Anyway, so
Oh, yeah, there it is.
you are transported. I know I played that one, but this one seems interesting too. No. So, you are transported, of course, into the darkness.
That's what I did.
What?
I remember now. I had stabbed Dark Cyrus.
Aha. That's what it was. Anyway, you are transported into darkness as usual when you've when Brok has stabbed you. And yeah, it's just darkness and it's quiet. What are you doing?
I'm looking around. Vampire Lord? Sir?
At least you call me sir.
Oh.
And
Well.
yeah, you hear it, and it's like an echoing of fine shoes, like boots, like military boots.
Echoing.
Yeah, as if it's coming toward you,
Well,
and the voice echoes.
I was starting to think that maybe you didn't want to talk to me again.
I do choose whom I speak to.
And so far, both times that I've come here, you've chosen to talk to me. That's quite flattering.
Well, you do entertain me.
Yeah.
And
I guess that's something I do good.
I do work on behalf of Brok, so.
That is what I'm here to talk to you about.
And it just kind of slowly, some weird, honestly, probably a little bit more your light. He's not very close to you, so I mean, there's probably like 15 feet, 10, 15 feet between you all, but it does illuminate just enough of his figure. And again, this weird arm wristband thing does weird movements, and even with your knowledge now, you still have no idea what this thing is, or like some of the other contraptions on you. Like you have knowledge from the maker, and this stuff still blows your mind. What is it you wish to speak to me about?
I know that you are the source of Brok's afflictions, but also his powers.
I suppose you could say that.
Yes.
Sure.
I know that at times you influence Brok.
Influence. It's a very vague term.
Speak to him. Be like a conscience to him in
Well, I am
times of disarray.
the one who made what he is, so he is my son.
So far, you have allowed him to help us on our quests.
He has his own free will, of course.
I just want to know that as we delve deeper into these quests that we are on, that I can count on you as his conscience to help us.
So now you're wanting to trust me.
You are a power that is larger than us.
You are aware of this, then?
Well, judging by you wear things that I have no idea what they are, even with the knowledge that I have gained.
Indeed.
I know that you are beyond our realm of existence.
You are much wiser than when you first spoke to me.
I am very much trying to be. Which is why I'm here to ask if I can count on you to be with us in times of great need for Brok.
And he does kind of take a couple more steps toward you, so he's more in a more intimate range, like 5-6 feet away from you. And you can see more, because this is the closest he's been to you. He's got, you can see more detail in his, honestly speaking, it's a uniform is what it looks like. A very nice, like, high general, colonel, military uniform, but it's very nicely made. And it looks regal in some aspect. I mean, it's you're piecing it together the best you can in your knowledge. This is the language you would use to describe it. But it's still beyond comprehension because it has like gadgets kind of built into it that you don't understand. And he has a sword on his side, but he has other things that are making sounds and stuff like on his belt. He just looks very military, but very regal military. So you wish to have my trust about Brok furthering this quest you're on?
I would like to know that anything that is influencing him, I could count on in a crisis. So far, you have allowed him to be his own person, to come along with us and to fight alongside us. I know that at any point, you could probably pull him away from that.
Indeed, I could.
All that I'm asking is that as things get more dangerous as we go forward, I can count on you as his benefactor to allow him to continue.
I suppose. It doesn't really interfere with my current plans. Brok is such a small, finite member of a very large plan that I have at the moment. So, you may have your fun and your small quest as you see it. Or, I suppose, large quest as you see it. And I will allow him to be a willing participant in it. If he is loyal to you, it has no real sway to me, so that is fine.
I also have one other thing that I would like you to think on. When you are done with Brok, think about what it would take for me to purchase his soul back from you.
Oh, that is not an option. See, he is still, as I said, a member in a larger plan that I have, and he will not be taken from me. Thank you. I do appreciate your offer, though, but that is not an option.
These plans aren't to help the usurping, is it?
No. And he looks like humored by that thought. Do you think that I am interested in such a juvenile plan as usurping some childish gods? No. That is not any means of mine. Though the one doing it would be very juvenile to do such a thing. So he may have his fun, I suppose.
Do I have your permission to come back again to ask more questions related to that? I don't want to be a bother. You've already granted me 2 audiences.
I am very busy. Perhaps I will come to you. It is entertaining to see the monkeys squabble sometimes, so perhaps I will give you my ear if I am not busy.
When you want to talk to me again, I guess in your own time, come to me and I won't bother you in this way again.
Thank you for appreciating my time.
Thank you for granting me with it. And I'll let you get back to it and I'll take my leave.
He just kind of like does like a more military but regal sort of gesture. And yeah, you're left to come back. Just
Did it work?
It did work. And we shouldn't have to do that again for him to speak to me.
Oh. Oh no.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
Sounds really bad.
It's not like that. It's not like that. He just said next time, instead of me bothering him, he will bother me.
That's really bad.
No.
Yes.
Brok.
He's no good. He bit Brok.
It's because he believes you're useful.
That is not reassuring.
Brok.
I don't think you are. I know. I'm sure dying and coming back makes being alive a lot easier. But for those who haven't died, I don't want to. And
That's so fair.
everything you have just said is very bad.
Brok. I went in there to speak with him to ask that he not interfere in our quest that we are on. And he agreed to allow you to continue on with us without interference.
Okay.
So just know, in those times that you're upset and angry, he will not
Yes.
be influencing you anymore while we are taking care of this flower business.
Oh. Well, that sounds nice. I guess it is. It is what it is now. But yes, we should probably not have you talk with him anymore.
It's a little too late for that.
Do you really know if you can trust whatever this guy said?
Considering how respectful he is, and when I questioned him about the usurper, he laughed and said that he would never be involved in such childish schemes.
Oh. Well, that's very reassuring, yes. So...
Everything you're saying's making it worse.
Yeah, so... Oh.
Why wouldn't he want to stop Brok from stopping the flowers?
Well, didn't he have this weird thing that he said you're not going to stop his plot with the flowers or whatever? Or something? A while ago? Before you died? Or am I misunderstanding? Because there's been a lot that's happened since then.
The gist of it is that he wasn't going to help us in anything that he was involved in. So I don't know if somebody's out of favor with him or what.
All right. Well, as long as you think we can trust him, but, I mean, he is a vampire, and he did turn Brok into a vampire, and Brok is the one most intimate with the man's thoughts, so...
All I know is that this time he has said that he won't influence Brok while we are on this quest.
Won't influence Brok.
Hopefully that means no more biting.
Well, we can hope.
Or freakouts when he sees holy beings.
Well, we can only hope, right?
We can only hope.
All right.
And the thing is nobody knows what this guy looks like but you. So we're imagining just like a random normal vampire lord. I'm sure if we saw him, our brains would explode.
Yeah, that's why I'm seeing him.
Yeah.
Not you all.
Um,
A little more prepped for this.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that kind of response of your meeting. I'm gonna go lie down.
That's probably a good idea, Brok. We're almost there anyway, so.
And then we'll get down to hopefully another path to follow. And hopefully have something to actually give to the Viscount that'll do some good.
And hopefully, from there, keep going uphill and have no more downhill spirals. And we can get this over with soon.
Yes.
So, we can either keep going until we get to Trinia. It is 6:55. Or we can stop it early now.
Stop and pick up in Trinia.
We're
Does
at
that
a,
throw off your 10-session planning?
Not exactly. Only a little bit, but not exactly. We did have a lot more roleplay in certain areas than I expected to, but that was okay. I mean, that's how D&D goes.
And she kind of built in a little wiggle room.
Yeah,
too.
buffer room and stuff.
Yeah.
So that's all right. But if you wanted to, we could push it to, because you have like a starting point and an end point. We definitely got more to hear than we did to hear for what I had planned. But that's just because all of this was actually a lot more good roleplay than I was expecting it to be. So it's not like
Sweet.
it was not good. But we could push it until 7:30 or so and get to here if you wanted to.
Let's push it till the end.
Okay.
Let's keep to your...
Are you sure? Doesn't matter to me.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay, so you want to keep going?
We'll keep going.
Bring me to Trinia.
So,
Let me find this
It
man.
would be nice
Tear
to
him
get
to pieces.
off of this train.
it would be nice to have an episode where we're just in the train for one episode, not multiple. But yeah, so and actually one part you did for me. I was actually expecting to have to do it myself, but you did it for me. So
What did I do?
I'll explain it to you later.
Okay.
But the train stations at the capital of Fainrisk in Trinia, and it is a very, very beautiful city, very traditional, a lot more so than Artiarna. Whereas Artiarna is traditional mixed with very modern aspects, Trinia is very traditional. I would say if Artiarna is French Riviera, Renaissance, this is set a little bit further back than that. So still the same vibe, just women definitely wear down to the wrists, dresses down to the ankles, not as flamboyantly colored, but everybody still looks very happy. There's definitely different races here still, but everybody looks more conservative, less modern.
Yes. Nice.
And the walkways are made out of cobblestone, and the buildings are made out of brick, and they're less packed together, more separated, larger buildings than what Artiarna has. I mean, they have large buildings as well, but this is more architecturally beautiful, more like Italian sort of architecture. So the buildings are very unique and pretty. And when we get off, Aymer's like, so what's the plan? I know that we spoke about possibly doing, me tapping in as Tinzin's drug dog and getting the scoop or whatever, but is that what we still wanted to do, or?
We either tap in as Tinzin's drug dog, or we go the route of you being the noble trying to find all the apothecaries.
Well, if it's something Tinzin knows about, it might not be something like that. And if it's an antidote, something that an alchemist could do, drug lords are alchemists. They mix stuff up all the time.
It sounds like you're being a drug dog.
I
Or
guess.
should we say, a drug fox?
Yes, it does seem like that's the best option.
I suppose. And this is as we're walking down the street, and it's a lot busier in less of an orderly fashion than it is in Artiarna. So, like, the streets have just a lot of people, and it's less orderly. They more have a place that they're trying to get to, or trying to get to work, or trying to get to a specific store. So they're not necessarily less friendly, just not as mannerly about it. Whereas you hear a lot of "excuse me's, I'm so sorry," you know, in Artiarna, this is very "excuse me, all right, move," like, or they don't say anything, they just kind of push past, you know.
We're in New York.
Just very busy. And it's probably as we're passing some couple of buildings, and there's enough, because we get out of like the main station area and we're walking in town, that we're trying to figure this out, that we hear like a couple of not armored but military footsteps. It's like 4 or 5 of them, and they walk up to us, and they, you know how you can hear them very in line and then they stop, and you can tell that they're behind us, and somebody just clears their throat and it sounds like they're trying to get our attention. And you hear Duke Aymer, and Aymer's like, and his ears.
Brok turns around.
Yeah, Aymer just like pivots on heel and toe and looks at the people behind him.
Aymers, there's something you should have told us before we got here.
Not that I know of. But when you all look, it's definitely the high guards of the governor's, not necessarily capital of Fainrisk, but the high guards of the governor himself. And they're in really nice uniform. Maybe they have like a pauldron on or something. Not a lot of armor. You can tell there's not a lot of crime here. It's just you still have to have guards. And Aymer's like, "Can I help you?" And the main guy walks up and stands in front of Aymer, and he has like a lance, and they're very military, very stock stiff. And he's like, "The governor heard that you were coming, so he was awaiting your arrival. Are you going to come with us, or do we need to take you to him?" And Aymer's like, "I didn't know he was going to know that I was here." And he's like kind of like fiddling with like his nails off to the side, like, "I had no idea." And the guy looks, while he's very military, his movements seem very casual with Aymer. He's like, "You understand that word travels quickly, and you're a duke traveling on a train to the destination of Trania. Word travels as quickly as that train. The governor knew you were coming and wants to see you. It's been a while. So are you going to come, or are we going to have to carry you?" And he's like 6'2", like he's much taller than Aymer, and a lot of the guards are anywhere from like 5'10" to 6'5", like they're big guys. And Aymer's like, "You know, I have a very tall guard now myself, thank you. You don't have to threaten me. But sure, yeah, I guess I'll go." And so he looks back at you all and he's like, "I suppose we should just have a, meeting with the governor here."
Looks like we don't have a choice.
"No!"
Seems like that's the first thing on the agenda.
"Well, at least I'm in, as far as I'm aware, last time I spoke with him, I'm in good standing with him, so we don't have to worry about him, hopefully, killing me."
I guess we'll find out what this is all about.
Lead the
Did
way.
you see the paper? I didn't know it went over to you.
Lead the way, gentlemen.
And one of them, not the one that was speaking directly to Aymer, just kind of looks at you and like looks you up and down and is like, "I don't remember him having a servant with him. Aymer's like, it's a new addition. Servant, bodyguard.
Yes, Aymer has moved up in the world since you've last seen him.
He's gotten a little bit more cautious of things.
And the servant speaks. Yeah, he's... yes. Right. I trained him to speak and read, that way I could be entertained by his companionship. Right.
He thinks I'm too much of a muscly freak for story time.
That one is very true, yeah.
Brok loves story time.
So, one is entertained by me, and one is not. So, and they're like, right, all right, let's go. So,
Check out these weirdos.
yeah, so the one walks in front, 2 on the sides, and then 2 behind you, Tyrall, because I'm sure you take the back, right?
Yep.
Right. And
I
then
like-
we...
Just look back at them, and they're nice garb, but not good armor. Just
yeah?
you want to see some cool armor?
You're wearing, priest robes. I don't know what you expect to show me.
Watch this. Just
Oh my god, he's such a show-off. You're also a lot taller than these guys. And not the guy that you were talking to, but the other guy, like, stumbles backward. He's like, magic? You have magic like that?
It's pretty cool, isn't it? Back into the robes.
And the guy who said it, his eyes are wide, but he's like, you spoke of everything. It's not that big of a deal.
It's pretty cool. Should talk to me later about it.
You know, that is one way to get a man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. You wanna have cool armor like this? I can tell you who can do it.
Mm-hmm.
But they take us to this grand but very old looking castle. I mean, like, it's made out of stone, like gray stone. It has vines wrapping around it. It has a beautiful courtyard. This is old school. And there's like the Trinian flag on the top posts in the 4 corners of it. I mean, this very older servants, Lazarmids, tending to the gardens. Definitely some like maids walking around, tending to other things, laundry, that sort of stuff, doing it outside, out front, like on a line. Like, this is very traditional and old school. And Aymer's like, doesn't look like anything's changed since I've been away. And the guard up front's like, no, everything seems to be kept just as normal as before. Except you are finally returning not a drug lord. And he's like, well, that seems a bit rude, don't you think? And, but the guy seems like to be messing with Aymer, not in a condescending sort of way.
Yes.
In like more like an older brother, like friend sort of way. And once we get to the front, we just walk in, they let us walk right in. And when we walk in, I mean, it's this grand set of 2 doors. They open them up. I mean, maybe 10 feet tall. It's huge. The doors are, and the foyer is massive.
Oh, no, this is a proper door.
Yeah. And it's stone floors, stone walls. There's lanterns everywhere. There's like a hanging chandelier lantern. I mean, it's very beautiful on the inside, but very castle-y. Cold but warm at the same time. There's a really nice red rug on the floor, and a really large staircase right in the center. And as we're standing there, we're waiting. And Aymer's like, so do we still wait till they come, or... And as he's saying that, you all would hear it first because Aymer's talking, so I'm sure you're kind of more paying attention to each other than you are whatever's going on the stairs, and then you hear my friend, it's been so long since I've seen you. I can't believe you're finally back. And you look up and you see a really nicely dressed tiefling man. You good? You get triggered by the term tiefling man?
Slightly.
He will continue to be triggered, I guess, because he is a maroon-skinned tiefling. He does have long gray hair. It's like a silvery gray. He has like orangish eyes. They don't have the normal, like, where the sclera is black, it is white. And he's very well dressed in a very nice suit. And he walks down the stairs, and his tail, very long and has more of like a feathered look to it than the normal, like, what is it, spade or pointed end. And this looks very familiar to you, Tyrall. This tiefling. Because the horns are set the same, where they go, I think it was up and back a little bit and kind of come up. But he looks very friendly. And he greets Aymer very friendly, and Aymer's like, "Oh, you're still alive? Look at that!" And he walks down the stairs. He's like, "Of course I'd be alive. I am the aide to the governor. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Would you... well, we can't see him just yet. He's busy. Forgive me for not introducing myself. You seem to have friends for the first time. I am Hadian. It is nice to meet you. I am the aide, or some would consider me a butler, to King. Not a king anymore, I suppose. Governor Aurelius." I know what you're thinking, and yes. What are you thinking?
Where's my list at?
It's my
It
list.
means nothing for Tyrall, but Patrick wants to know. See on Flint's list.
No.
Oh.
Wait, Aurelius?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I wasn't the one that gave you that list. Is he? I mean, I gave you that list. I wasn't the one. I did. Let me.
His name's not on there.
Oh, his name's not on there?
No.
I didn't think it was. I think
But I
what you're...
don't like this guy.
Oh. I think what you're remembering is his aide and butler was there at the White Council. I think that's where you heard that name before. But yeah, he looks eerily similar. There are a few slight differences. He does not have glasses. He does not have the white freckles, and he does not have the heterochromia that the maroon skin tiefling that you know. But his skin is, if not the exact same color, just a shade or hue off.
No, Brok definitely tenses up because
you have seen him as well.
He's seen him too.
Aymer's the only one that has.
Aymer has not seen him. But it is wonderful to see you. Will you be staying for the night? And Aymer's like, I mean, I suppose it depends on Aurelius and what would really the conversation is. I guess we're kind of here on, well, it was business, but I suppose we can talk to him and see what knowledges he has on what we need to speak to him about.
Actually, speaking to a governor would honestly be helpful.
Especially one we've not talked to in a while. Or you all, ever. So...
Well, Mr. Hayden.
Hadian.
Mr. Hadian. It is a pleasure to see you again.
I don't believe I've ever met you before.
We've never been properly introduced. I have seen you from afar.
Oh, right. You are the one who gloriously entered at the White Council.
Yes.
A spectacular light show. Very entertaining, the most entertaining one I've been to. I don't think our governor truly believed me when I said that you quite literally showed up in a bright flash of light.
Yes, and the heralding trumpets were a good addition, if I might add.
Very tasteful and entertaining.
Yes. Well, anyways, you don't happen to have a brother, do you?
No. I was an only
There's-
child.
It's just it's another tiefling that looks very similar to you, but slightly different.
Well, some tieflings do run similar bloodlines, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean we are related, I assure you. I've had a very unfortunate upbringing.
Well, considering that you are here and not in the Underdark, usually that's the only thing that pushes, not to be rude, but your people out.
Well, considering that is the truth, it's not as offensive as you would like to think. I have been grateful to have Aurelius have such mercy on me and allow me to have such a noble title as a governor's aide.
I am also happy that I am no longer duty bound to hurt your kind anymore.
That is also very grateful on my behalf. And Tyrall, in your knowledge, you would know, I should have said this, Hadian is Greek for deceit. Not deceit, liar. That's what it is.
Ooh.
It's deceit or liar. It's one of those two. One of those two. Either way, same difference, really.
Yeah, yeah. Nice.
So I still may kill him.
Well, you have the choice, I guess. And also, just remember what your 3 mentors told you. Chill out. But if you guys are going to be staying for a while, I will go ready some rooms for you, and I will let Aurelius know that whenever he is ready, you are here.
Thank you. That would be very gracious of you.
Absolutely. And will your servant be needing a room for himself? And Aymer's like, not a servant, more of a companion, a friend, like you are to Aurelius. And he's like, so friend then? Would your friend be needing any accommodations specific to him?
No, I am fine.
No? Just a room then? All right. I will go get those ready for you. Excuse me. He bows his head. Very polite, very mannerly. Turns around, goes upstairs, and gets some rooms ready.
Aymer.
And yeah, the guards had already dispersed. Brok, are you all right?
No, that is him, but it's not him, but it is him.
Him who?
Put glasses on him, white freckles, and splotchy skin, and that is the usurper.
No, that's Hadian. That's no usurper, I promise.
Aymer, do you know what Hadian means?
Well, no.
This is an ancient word for deceitful or liar.
Well, I mean, have you seen most of the tiefling names? They're unfortunately given. I mean, Zion's name is not very... It's kind of on the nose.
There's still something unsettling about him.
There's nothing
Yeah.
unsettling. I think you'll... And I've not seen this usurper of gods, but I think you might be... Not everyone is a bad guy. Some of them just unfortunately look like them.
There's still something off, but as long as he doesn't do anything, we'll be fine. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Yes, I think you are. I trust Hadian with my life. I would not have come here had Aurelius and Hadian not already been so kind to me before. So,
All right.
You're good, Brok.
Oh, this is a time where I wish I still had
If you can trust some random whatever this man that you spoke to is, the vampire lord, if you can trust him, even after he's bitten and hurt Brok, you can trust Hattie and Aurelius, because they've done nothing wrong towards me, ever.
He does look very similar to the one that I saw too.
Which is an unfortunate similarity, but that's not his fault.
No.
I mean, Magnus looks exactly like me, and we wouldn't want to put my sins on him, or vice versa. Though I have had unfortunate incidences where men and women, both alike, approach me and think I'm Magnus, so it's very
You
upsetting.
poor man.
Okay. If Aymer's okay, Brok is okay.
Yeah, Aymer's alright.
And Brok kind of just chants that to himself for a
Aymer's
couple,
okay, Brok is
couple
okay.
minutes.
Ooh. I'm still suspicious,
I bet you are.
but I'm gonna let it play out.
I figured you would be. And that is where we will take our break. Well, break for the next
weeks.
2 weeks.
Yes.
So we're going to end session
Yes.
20.
That is
Session
where
20!
where we will end session 20, which means we only have 9 sessions left.
Oh my god.
Although it's going to
Oh
take
my
us forever to get to
gosh.
them, since we have to basically almost skip all of March.
Or just do a little
Swappy room.
Swapperoo.
beat boop bopping, which is this Monday.
That's true.
It is Monday, and Wednesday is what?
Star Wars.
Star
More
Wars.
Star Wars. Dude, if I didn't get home and Nick said, "You got to do the voice better," I was like, "Do I look like D. Bradley Baker?" I'm trying to do a deep male, like New Zealand,
Yeah.
Australian voice. Do you think I can do that? And also, when he has his helmet on, he was trained by Imperials. He's not going to be able to, like,
Yeah.
what do you...
It's gonna alter the sound.
Yeah, get out of
and-
here.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing, Nicholas?
Right.
What
Supporting
voices?
her. That's what he's doing.
Well, what voices can you do, sir?
Right. But, anyway. Keep an eye out for the
Some-
videos coming up. I hope that it has exported by the time I get home and my cat didn't ruin something.
That'd be upsetting.
That would be so upsetting because it was at 90% when I left this morning.
Gosh,
Um,
that's wild.
Well, do I have to come over and take care of a cat?
yeah.
By take care of, I mean...
Oh,
You leave my boys alone.
yeah.
I would never purge a kitty cat.
And
I love kitty cats. Kitty cats don't love me, but I love kitty cats.
and yeah, just thanks for watching, tuning in.
Mhm.
We have the past episodes on the YouTubes and the Spotify's.
Yep, everything from the 1st to the 18th at the very least.
And also, Apple Podcasts,
Amazon
Yeah.
Music,
Amazon Music.
Spotify. You'll have to forgive, and I'm sure anybody who's listened or watched so far, you'll have to forgive all of the episodes from like 1 to 15 because, well, more like 1 to, what, 10, 11? Excuse me. It's like 1 to 11.
I would say 1 to 5.
Well, those are really bad, yeah, because
Yeah.
we were learning and all of that, so you'll just have to
Because
bear
it was
through it.
after that point that character was dealt with.
Well, that too. We had a
And,
lot of character changes, people in the party not working out, audio difficulties. We were learning how to do this.
Yes.
So,
But I'm sure if you go back and look at Geek and Sundry's ancient videos, I'm sure they started off pretty rough too.
yeah, Critical Role really did. So, just bear with it. I promise the story itself is enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Tyrall is super cool.
Tyrall, it really is the reason to watch it.
And watch it if you want cool stuff. Watch it for Tyrall. If you want to cry, watch it for Brok.
That's very true.
And if you want the best combo of everything because he's the bestest and the greatest and the most magnificent thing to ever grace YouTube and Twitch
God.
is Aymer.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know about all that, but he is pretty great. He has a definite mixture of those three things. But it's really good. I'm biased. I wrote it, so of course I like it. But we have worked really hard. So.
But also, you can find us on all the social medias.
Discord,
Yeah.
Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok.
And if you really love us, we got that Patreon.
We do have a Patreon,
That's
which I did
Patreon.
upload one of your. I'm working
Oh.
on your character sheets right now. I'm putting them
Nice.
on there.
Yeah,
So I
need
have
to
uploaded
work
one.
on more of those.
Yes.
And then we will be putting other stuff up there as well. So we have that. We also have our Redbubble if you're just interested in
Redbubble.
having random
Merch of our
merch of
artwork.
us. In all of the
It's worth it.
It really
It
is.
really is
Redbubble's
worth it.
quality stuff. I mean, it's a little expensive, but they're quality stuff.
It's expensive for certain things. Obviously, you can kind of see the banner somewhat behind Courtney. Of course, a big banner is going to be
that's like what,
pricey.
60 by 80 or something like that.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge.
But like the stickers go nuts.
Yeah, and they're
Like,
good quality.
And they're really good.
The backpack is like $50, which is a lot, but the backpack's really good quality.
Yeah.
It's such good quality. The computer mats are so nice, and they're like $30.
That's it.
$30-$40, just depending on what size you get. Like you can get a this size, and it's like $25-$30, and it's like actual nice quality mouse pad.
Sweet.
So yeah, hit up all the stuff. Give us your money.
Mm-hmm.
Tune back in next time on Monday for Beep Boop Bop while these two go absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Don't if you're faint of heart, because
Oh,
me and Jonas are not.
It gets spicy.
Yeah,
It gets spicy.
it gets a little zesty in the.
And yeah, one of the
different-
topics that we're going to talk about, that's going to be a spicy one.
I think I remember what it was, and I'm ready for that one. I also have a couple of ones that I wrote down for
Yeah,
my own.
I've been trying to think of questions, but yeah, nothing's
It's
really
not necessarily
come.
questions; it can just be topics.
Well, yeah.
I've got some topics to put in there.
Yeah,
I've
You'll have to
got
tell
some
us.
topics.
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, other than that, I don't think we have anything else.
And with that, we bid you farewell and good night. Bye.
Bye.